you came to get the worldview from yours truly, the Honest Jew. Starting first with our sponsor, it still remains to be Matchbook Customs. If you are by any chance into Harleys and you live in the Cambridgeshire area, however, they serve all of the UK, as mentioned. They're great people and I'm supporting them to build a community around Harleys. The start of the event at their workshop in Stamford in Cambridgeshire will be happening on the 23rd of March. You will find the event on the screen and in the low bar as well. I sadly will not be attending. More updates will be happening. I'll be giving them most likely next week. Suggestions regarding videos or other things that may come into your mind are accepted via the comments or to this video or via email at thehonestjew1@gmail.com. So you can find the post on screen, or on X, the handle is at thehonestjew1. Might I remind you, please like and subscribe this video, share with other people that you think they may find it interesting and engaging. It means a lot to me, especially to breach this barrier at the very beginning with low numbers, and low numbers sadly translate into lower visibility. As usual, the links and timestamps are in description. Starting first, as usual, with the far west. Bloomberg. American farmers fight back after losing top crop export crown. Strategy is to plant more despite big stockpiles and low prices. John Deere and others at trade show aim to improve farm efficiency. After the US lost its status as the world's top exporter of crops over the past decade, its farmers are ready to fight back. The strategy: maximizing production. That's the message from participants at the Commodity Classic in Houston, one of the world's largest farming shows that saw record attendance of more than 11,500 people 2 weeks ago. The thought that even with abundant stockpiles, the corn and soy futures languishing near 3-year lows, farmers have little choice but to raise the biggest crops possible. The US Department of Agriculture projections show farmers are set to maintain elevated planting, which could result in one of the biggest supply expansions ever. While that is expected to send net farm income tumbling 26% this year, it could also help the US regain some ground in the export market. You just build stocks and get really cheap corn so that you force the buyers and to go where they had to go here because we have very competitively priced corn. Stephen Nicholson, Vice President of Grain and Oilseeds at farm lender Rabobank, said at the trade show. That would set us up to be prepared to move more corn offshore. The US handed the corn exporting crown to Brazil last August after dominating the international market for more than half a century. It had already relinquished the top spots in both soybean and wheat exports over the past decade to Brazil and Russia, respectively. Lining up to help farmers at the Commodity Classic were machinery companies including Deere and Company, as well as seed and chemical suppliers. As attendees sampled free soy lattes and popcorn, the companies tweaked their marketing plans with appeals to improve efficiency and rein in costs in a slumping farm economy. It's an excellent opportunity for end users to get stocked up, said Stan Nelson, a farmer in southeastern Iowa who serves as the president of the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. He has no plans to pare back plantings, even though he is already feeling the burdensome supply. To spur the agriculture markets and its own revenue, Deere has introduced a starter bundle to attract farmers who may not be ready to buy its top-of-the-line machines. For $2,000, farmers can get Deere's latest computer display, modem and satellite receiver with the option to pay for additional automation features that give more control over tractors. What we're finding is lower upfront costs to attract customers that haven't interacted with ever or within the last decade, said Dan Hartstock, Deere's Vice President of Precision Upgrades. That includes Hartstock's father, an Ohio farmer who added the bundle to a Deere model from 1977. This was just an easy way for him to get back up to speed. Kurt Coffey, of the rival C&H Industrial NV, says farmers aren't as concerned about which of the top brands they are buying. We hear this a lot from customers. There's less brand loyalty, and they're more focused on how does this keep me in the black, said Coffee, who is North America Vice President of C&H's Case IH brand, the IH being International Harvester. Other companies at the show focused on helping farmers become more sustainable. US startup Indigo Ag Incorporated is paying farmers carbon credits for planting cover crops and reducing tillage, practices that improve soil health and eventually boost yield. It's also introducing 30 new biological crop additives to bolster harvests. I know how much of a difference the razor-thin margins are that farms operate on, so when I see commodity prices coming down, I cringe for the farmers, said Indigo Ag Chief Executive Officer Dean Banks. What I hope is that the value proposition of our biological products ultimately pay for themselves in yield. Meanwhile, Farmers Business Network is offering 0% financing for growers who purchase from its network of warehouses in the US and Canada. Farmers are limiting loans from traditional lenders in hopes interest rates will go down, so that makes the 0% even more helpful for borrowers, according to Charles Barron, co-founder and chief marketing officer at the startup. Political push. The efforts come as the agriculture industry also presses for government action. Industry groups in November backed a proposal for the President's Export Council, an advisory committee on international trade, to bolster American agriculture's global standing. The proposal included calls to diversifying agricultural supply chains, eliminate trade barriers, and enforce existing trade agreements. At the Commodity Classic, the focus was on the farmers, helping them become more efficient and increase output. The fastest way to cut costs of production is to raise yields, said Matt Bennett, an Illinois farmer and analyst at agmarket.net. While, from an economically fundamental point of view, to do such things in order to, yes, of course, just like it is in the interest of everybody to bolster your own exports, because that not only increases your national pride, but at the end of the day, and by far the most important thing being to make money. It's true that farming in the modern era is a paradox. If you ever are to look at, say, this in this specific example, how, for example, an American farm in rural Iowa, which focuses mostly on growing corn and soybeans, and sometimes also do some alfalfa on the side for extra cash. If you are to draw the line, the business would just simply wouldn't make sense, especially if you want to stay competitive. If you are by any chance an urbanite and you either don't have any idea how much farm infrastructure costs and farm machinery costs, however, the machinery is the most expensive thing that you will have to spend money on, aside from land, but land depends on where you live. In rural areas, it's still quite cheap at a surface area level per dollar when you go for acquisition. But machinery in itself is a completely different ballgame. If you think that when it comes to machinery, a Rolls-Royce or a Lamborghini seem expensive to you, you haven't seen how much tractors and most importantly harvesters cost. While they themselves, particularly harvesters, they represent a significant jump, not only from a technological point of view, but also from a operational point of view. Not to mention other advancements, especially in the chemicals industry. Take, for example, chemical fertilizers. Without chemical fertilizers, the yields these days would be somewhere probably 60 to 70% lower. Definitely, we wouldn't no country would have been capable of feeding its own people, and instead of having something like in the case of the EU, because I'm not exactly sure about what the statistic is in the US. In the EU, about 1%, yeah, more 1% of the population is in the agricultural sector, and even if contribution is low, there's also this argument to make about every country's independence when it comes to this aspect. But before we get to that, let me just get back to the point I made about machinery. The average low to mid-sized tractor, so that would be the bare minimum that you would require in order to start doing mechanized agriculture. If you are to buy it new, that will cost you, at least in current prices. So an average tractor which has average horsepower, which can at least pull some machinery and also has a PTO that would help you operate the other mechanized implements, that will set you back somewhere around, how should I say, $87,000 or 87,000 euros, something like that. Of course, that depends on which branch of the agricultural sector are. If you, for example, you are a vineyard, you're going to need a completely different level of machinery. Here, I'll be referring specifically to crops because crops are the most important thing. If you don't have any crops, that means you have no wheat, that means you have no corn. So that translates into, well, if you don't have any wheat, you don't have any flour. If you don't have any flour, you don't have any bread. And although from a diet point of view, yes, eating carbohydrates, the West especially, but not just the West, overall the entire world kind of went overboard on this aspect. The carbohydrates are still an important thing. This is also a discussion which I had, well, several nights ago on Freedom Alternatives Discord channel. Well, but why don't you just eat meat? Because meat is also much more calorie dense than, but while it still is more, yes, it is more expensive, but at least it's more calorie dense. Yes, but at least there's the saying that, how was it? No, bread keeps you filled up. Oh, and this, when we discuss about this, the carbohydrates keep you filled up. If you are to eat right in this moment half a chicken, well, you'll probably feel fulfilled from this point of view for about 4 to 5 hours. I'm talking here about an average person. Everybody is different. From this point of view, I'm part of the average population. If I am to eat something which is mostly protein, well, I'm not going to feel filled up I'll probably feel filled up for 3 hours, 4 hours at most, and then I'll get hungry again. But through the Krebs cycle, which is the cycle in the inner body mm, responsible with choosing getting messages from what the body needs and then operating in the same in a certain process to generate the nutrients required by the body. Well, what does it happen exactly? That Krebs cycle functions in many ways. But take, for example, the best evidence of the Krebs cycle is if you ever went on a keto diet, or at least if you are aware of how a keto diet functions, you first, yes, starve yourself and you don't eat any carbohydrates so that the Krebs cycle starts taking other resources of energy, starting first with glycogen, which is essentially uh, muscle glucose. And once it's done with that, it's going to resort at one point, depending on your own metabolism, anywhere between 2 to 4 days after stopping to eat carbohydrates, or at least keeping them below the 50 grams, 50 grams a day, it will resort to burning fats. But leaving aside this, at any country's level, food independence is something really important. This is also a discussion which has been sparked, particularly in Eastern Europe. Poland, for example, has done a lot of things when it comes to this thing, which means food production and food distribution should be, in the best case scenario, something that should be owned domestically. I'm not talking about it being owned by the state. Well, especially in the case of Eastern Europe, we've had this lesson during the communist times. Everything that was state-owned was of a astonishing level of inefficiency and incompetency, and of course shortages, whether shortages were manufacturer shortages, or if simply the entire system was inefficient from the bottom all the way to the top, that you simply couldn't produce enough to satisfy the requirement, even the bare minimum requirement, which is why there's also this sad historical aspect. Communism, most of the times, it starts very idealistic and very happy-go-round, and then once that honeymoon phase is over, famines appear. You look at collectivization during the Soviet Union in the late 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s as well. And then you look at the Great Leap Forward in China. While the motivations and the way it got there differs, the end result is still the same. And you definitely do not want to content yourself with a population that is hungry. Which is why, if you are to follow the economic purist argument of, well, we should make agriculture privatized, and then well, every agricultural worker, every agricultural family or enterprise should be the one to uh, choose the best crops and to choose the best methods of working in order to make the most money. In theory, that will be working, but you're subject to market forces. You're subject to market forces, and even though when it comes to the US is one of the freer markets, at least the freer markets internally. Externally, it's a completely different story. When it comes to agricultural, yes, interactions with agriculture at the state level, you take examples like the sugar cartel from the US. This is speaking of this by pure coincidence. I haven't exactly researched this aspect before starting to record, but yesterday I saw a video, especially related to when farmers protest, why do they always win? It was made by the YouTuber named Hoser. I'll be putting the link under this article in the description. And he tried to have a look, well, a pretty basic look, but an important one nonetheless. When farmers protest, how does it happen that they almost always win? And well, aside from giving plenty of examples with the European Union's kolkhoz, which is if you know what a kolkhoz is, and if you by any chance you know Romanian acronyms, the CAP, Common Agricultural Policy, was also the term used in any way, shape, or form in Eastern Europe for naming the cooperative farms. Uh, so as a result, still, uh, getting back to this, he gave the example of the European Union's Kolhoz initiative, or he also gave examples of price floors when it comes to certain crops. And he also gave examples of price floors. Take, for example, if you want to export rice to Japan, well, good luck exporting rice to Japan if you don't, if you're not going to produce it locally, then you're going to pay 40% import fees. If you want, for example, if you are Brazil, and if you are Brazil, you have a tropical climate, which is perfect for growing cane sugar, and you end up making something like 12 cents per pound. That will be 12 cents per 2.54 kilos. But you can't sell it exactly to the US because one, you got a quota, and second, you not only just have a quota, but you also have to pay an import fee, which raises the price of that sugar all the way to the minimum requirement of 36 cents. So while yes, these are definitely not really economically libertarian measures. However, as with economical libertarianism, even that one has its own limits because the world is much more complicated than any political theory tries to explain it. Because people are more complicated, and the way we got here is because our entire body is an entire complication, and it's something that followed a process of depending on how far you want to go with evolution. You can start from billions of years ago, when the Earth was formed and when the first microorganisms appeared, or if you want to be closer to reality, to something more related to us as humans, you can start with the apes. But even with the apes, it took them tens of millions of years to evolve at this level. And of course, not all evolution is good. Mm, One great example of human evolution, which at one point it was useful, but it ended up leading to mental health issues when simply because the advancement of human society hasn't kept up with the biological progress of humanity. Take, for example, schizophrenia. Schizophrenia now is what really good attention span meant in the days when we were still chased by all sorts of tigers and other deadly wild animals. While it was useful in that moment because yes, we as proto-humans were surrounded by threats, and we were still very far from understanding not how to deal with the threats, because with the threats that was easy. With at one point, weapons developed, whether it's just a spear that you carve with an obsidian knife, that functions. But how to deal with them efficiently and how to create a perimeter to prevent such things from happening again, sure, that worked for a while. But it's also a testament to how societies overall have gotten really safe, even in the most dangerous countries, to the level where it will be absolutely incomprehensible if you are to look from the lens of a few millions of years ago, when traits specific to schizophrenia would have been actually a useful survival tactic and not a debilitating mental issue as it is today. But I went off topic. We were talking about agriculture, yes. So getting back to this article, it's good for them to start again. Definitely, prices for food are expensive all across the world, and worse so. Even the farmers, just like everybody else, got screwed by the sudden jumps in inflation during the time of the pandemic measures, because I'll not refer to that period ever again as the pandemic, because the pandemic, it, uh, well, it did happen. I don't deny this. The response to it was akin more to a collective psychosis. So I either call it the pandemic or the pandemic psychosis. Everybody got screwed, and but agriculture in particular. Internet historian made a video at one point during either during the pandemic or well in the latter ends of the pandemic, and part of that video called the virus. I'll also put it in the low bar if you are by any chance interested in watching it. It's pretty entertaining. He mentioned at one point the fact that Australian agriculture industry during the pandemic, because they absolutely had no idea what exactly will happen with their crops, since restaurants got shut down. That meant that prices for their produce have dipped sharply, because you will be amazed about this aspect. But it's not just well, it's no, it's nothing too complicated to understand. But while yes, a significant amount of demand for the things produced by agriculture do come from the people going to shops or supermarkets or flea markets to acquire their groceries, there is also a lot of demand coming from other sorts of industries, whether we talk here about restaurants, or whether we talk about catering companies, or if we go into the industrial sector, we talk here about processing. But even processing in itself functions symbiotically. It benefits from having the cheap prime products, but also it relies on the larger market to sell their stuff. Or you have specialized industries. If you make grapes, you, you make grapes either for consumption, either for wine. At the specialized level, if you are at the more basic level of agriculture, well, the same grapes that you use to make wine, preferably at your own home, will also be the same grapes that you eat, and or the same grapes that you will sell at the flea market or sell to your friends or family, or if you trade them for other stuff. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But as Internet Historian's video mentioned, after a lot of produce demand has suddenly vanished overnight, speaking here about the unintended consequences of heavy-handed measures during the pandemic psychosis, that also meant that the prices absolutely dropped, because you suddenly had some sort of equilibrium between the agriculture supply of produce and the demand from industries and service sectors. Well, suddenly that one disappeared, and now you have a gigantic oversupply in the market. And as basic economics tells us, when you have a massive oversupply, the prices crash. But the prices crash in a manner where essentially you would be you'll be essentially not just making the product at a loss, but you're going to make it at a significant loss. That's also the issue with a lot of subsidies when it comes to several crops. One good example that I remember right now was during the well, no, not during, before the pandemic psychosis. In Romania, we used to have an agriculture minister. Well, he's still activating within the political party, part of the Social Democrats. But even though the guy was an agricultural engineer, when it came to economics, he wasn't exactly that bright. Plus, when you involve also politics, and considering that, well, farmers, even though they are a small number of population, when it comes to population, they are an important voting bloc, which should be taken in consideration. Doesn't matter where you exactly come from the political spectrum. Well, what he did, and the best thing that he did was that, well, during the summer, when for one reason or another, for many reasons, because agriculture in Romania is something that varies depending on the weather. You have a really rich soil, but you don't have predictable climate. You don't have the predictability of the climate like you do in Germany, or what you do in the UK, or what you do in France. You can have in one year or in a few years in the middle of the summer if you rely on crops which develop during the summer, things like tomatoes, or if you have plums, or if you have what was it called, watermelons. You could have in several years really high heat waves, which if you irrigate your crops, so that means that you're going to get a really good yield. But you could also have several years where summers could be really rainy and you don't get a lot of sunlight. So if you don't get a lot of sunlight, your yields will inevitably go down. That's the fact of life. It's been like that, especially when it comes to Romania, due to the meteorological and geographical aspects of it. It's been like that for at least 700, 800 years. And before that, we don't know because there are no records of it. But to get back to the unintended consequences of subsidies. So during those years, if I remember, it was 2017 to 2018, tomato farmers started complaining that well, produce is too expensive. Well, we can't get seeds, we can't get that. There were various reasons why they complained to the government. So the decision of the Agriculture Ministry was to offer a subsidy in order to lower the prices of tomatoes. But to lower the prices of tomatoes while giving in a certain way money to the producer itself. And who would have guessed once the program started rolling at the beginning of the calendaristic year, by the time summer came by, it led to overproduction, but it led to overproduction to the level where where tomatoes doesn't matter if you found them in the supermarkets or in the flea markets, they cost barely anything. But for a lot of workers in agriculture or a lot of enterprises in agriculture, most of them simply destroy their crops. They destroy their crops because it would have been more expensive to sell them than than it was to produce them at the basic level. That's not taking into consideration the subsidy that you get from the government. A lot of those still continued to continue to grow tomatoes, even though they already had an idea, and some of them kind of knew. People who work in agriculture do have this intuition when it comes to economics. So they knew that that most likely, if the crop doesn't come out early enough in order to nail as high as a price as possible, you're going to have issues during the summer when everybody else has their tomatoes maturing and ready to get harvested and then sold later. There's also this problem with food processing industries, because food processing is something mm, that's regulated by really draconian laws, both in Romania and at an EU level, where it makes the barrier of entry for any sort of basic processing company. Take, for example, if you want to make a cannery for chopped tomatoes or basic things like that, well, that will cost you quite a hefty penny. If you haven't opened that business in the either 50 years ago or 100 years ago, well, this time the capital requirements to open such a thing are enormous. And they're enormous before you even start to buy the products. They're enormous just to comply with the myriad of regulations, not to mention all the contradictions that appear within that regulation. But to raise yields, here's what I mentioned earlier about agriculture workers having really good economic intuition. Yes, to raise yields, definitely yields at a larger scale more revenue. However, in order to generate more revenue, you would want to avoid going into the territory of oversupply. Just like with any market or with any market function in the world, doesn't matter if we talk about current or historical or the future, in order to sell something, you must first find a buyer. And before you find a buyer, you must do a calculation for your own operations. Well, how much money have I totally invested into this in order to, in order to make some money? But most importantly, basic thing is to get to the break-even point, to the level where the things that I've done, the time that I've invested, the money that I've invested, the machine that I've invested, and then everything else, so seeds, repairs, maintenance, diesel, time. I just want for the basic level is I just want to recoup those costs. And then once I will recoup those costs, so that'll be the basic price, the very bare minimum that I'll be accepting. It's so that I wouldn't make any money either, but I will also not lose money because making money is more difficult. To lose money is much more simple, and it also hurts more when we are talking about agricultural farms. It doesn't matter what sector we're talking about, no matter if if they're crops or if they're wineries or if they're anything else. Losses really hurt a lot, and that's also the argument that Holzer made in his video regarding agricultural workers and how do they always get their way. Well, you do have quite an expansive difference between how agriculture is done. We're not going to even talk about how it's done at the level of the entire world. But here I'm going to give an example which provides the greatest contrast. India. India is a country where 40% of the people still live in rural areas and still work in agriculture. But in India, as it is a country of very big contrasts, you also have obscenely rich people like Mukesh Ambani, but you also have really poor people who can't even afford to buy the most basic vegetarian street food possible because they're way too poor. And Mukesh Ambani has a fortune comparable to billionaires from the West in a country which most of the country where the vast majority of the country still lives really poor and really poor even by Eastern European Western standards. So in India you have absolutely everything from really high-tech farms which use the largest machinery, the largest harvesters, the largest plows, the largest implement. The Some of them even engineer their own seeds, or also produce their own seeds. Or if they don't produce their own seeds, they can afford to contract services of a company like Monsanto. Plus, they also have a lot of adjacent infrastructure, so that would make it a really high-tech farm, which has gigantic yields, even when you compare it to the surface area. So, even for a small surface area, their yields are gigantic compared to what everybody else is doing below them. And at the opposite end of the spectrum, you have the really piss poor, and here I'm not using it in a derogatory way, but you have the piss poor subsistence farmers in Romania as well, and in Eastern Europe, you still have to some extent subsistence farmers, not because they don't exactly want to make money, but some of them, as they lived during the communist times, they've understood, at least at the level of their family, this independence when it comes to not just owning your own land, but also growing your own stuff, because you may never know. You may never know what will happen. And yes, that is a societal trauma, which is getting resolved thanks to biology. That means one death at a time. But you can't exactly blame them for thinking that way. That's also why in Romania in particular, it was really difficult, and it still is really difficult to convince subsistence farmers or even people who own agricultural land to form a cooperative. The reason why is that they lived during a period where also the consolidated farms, the farms which were collectivized with the iron grip of the government, well, those were also called cooperatives. And everybody knew what happened in the cooperative. With very few exceptions, take for example, well, at least in communist Bulgaria, agricultural workers had salaries comparative to workers in industry. In Hungary, for example, even if cooperative workers, so the kolkhoz workers, still had to work in the collective farms of the government, they still were allowed to own their own private parcels of land to grow whatever they wanted, and the government wouldn't ask for a thing. Well, in the cases of the Soviet Union and Romania, and Albania to some extent, but Albania doesn't have quite a lot of land good for agriculture. What ended up happening was that the farmers were collectivized. They no longer had their own land either, even a small patch of land for their own stuff. But they were worked, sometimes to death. And when the entire system fell, they also got shafted. Old people, so who thankfully there are many of them left in Eastern Europe who worked on the collective farms. Once communism fell, they had some of the worst pensions out of compared to the rest of the population. Well, sure, we're not going to compare with other special sectors of workers like judges or people working in law or people working in the military who went into retirement. Those had the worst of it all. You can really call them a lost generation from this economical point of view. And also the measures themselves were also oppressive. But we've went a bit too far with this. Getting back to the India example, what's still relevant is that protectionist measures are rarely put in order to support the big agriculture cooperatives or big agriculture companies. Just like I mentioned in the previous example, either either a specific cooperative or a specific company which has huge lands. It has top of the line machinery and top of the line adjacent infrastructure, anything from irrigation systems to temperature control to their own laboratories. who support this. If by any chance you're Romanian and you want to look into how something like this looks like, there is one really good example. It's a company that owns the great island of Brăila, Insula Marea Brăilei. You look into that, and that's how really high-tech crop agriculture is being done. But while those are very few in number, you also have at the opposite end of the spectrum a lot of people, and those lots of people, they really depend on the assistance that the government gives them in one way or another. Because if, for example, a price floor is put higher, that means that those said agricultural workers will not exactly end up starving in the next year, because as nobody has perfect access to information, or even in most cases access to information, you're not going to be capable of knowing, for example, if within the state that you live in, or within the region that you live in, well, you decide for yourself that this year you're going to grow into your greenhouses, you're going to grow onions, and say that in that region you are 100,000 farmers. Well, you may decide that you're going to grow onions, while your neighbor may decide to grow cucumbers. But what happens if well, not exactly everybody, because that will be an absurd example, but what happens if about 50% of those 100,000 people would would by pure coincidence decide we're going to all grow the same crop in our greenhouses? Well, what if we're going to all those 50,000 people? What if we were all going to grow tomatoes or cucumbers or onions? Well, of course, and here we're not going to even take into consideration perverse incentives like subsidies. We're just making a basic argument here. So, well, if 50,000 people decide to grow one single crop, it will definitely lead to an oversupply. But they can't know this from beforehand, because it takes quite a few months to get to this information. But by the time you get to that information, it's already too late. It's not like, well, the crops have matured and now we're ready to sell them, but holy shit, we can't exactly sell them, because to sell them it costs us more than the break-even price. It costs us it costs us more to sell it than it is to actually destroy it. But you have no idea to know this. You wouldn't have any capability of finding out beforehand that you as an individual know what that 49,999 the rest who have also had the same idea as you, and that was by pure coincidence. So we're not talking about whether it was collusion or whether it was something else. It was just a coincidence that a significant amount of people had the same idea as you did. But what are you going to do? Because when you planted those onions or those cucumbers, you had to invest. You had to invest into seed. You had to invest in the greenhouses. Maintenance of the greenhouses is something really important, particularly if you live in areas where you tend to have unpredictable weather, things like, for example, hailstorms. If you are unlucky enough to have a hailstorm go through your area, and you have glass greenhouses, that means you're going to have a lot of glass to replace, and glass is not exactly cheap. Plus, not to mention the destroyed crops themselves. So, you invested into seeds, you invested into the maintenance of the greenhouses, you invested into chemicals, whether they are fertilizers, herbicides, fungicides. You've invested time into those onions, with the expectation that you're going to at least not lose money when you will be selling them. While in freer markets, here I'm going to use the example of the US again, they they really perfected the system where it's as free market as possible, but without going absolutely haywire. And I'll give an example of what it means to go absolutely haywire when it comes to free markets and a country which definitely doesn't have a population prepared for such a free market. But if you have a mercantile exchange, you can also have at that moment market prices, but most importantly, the access to information on on what would be the predicted prices, so that you can have an idea from beforehand if it will be first worth it to say, to use the aforementioned example, if it will be worth it to grow onions, or if it wouldn't be worth it, chain have a different idea of what to grow, or if you still want to grow something, or at least you can grow something combined or complementary. You also have aggregated prices. So so that means that while yes, you are capable of, and nobody will stop you for selling your own crop at whatever price that you decide, but that also provides an ease in order to at least provide a reference point to what the price of that specific crop, doesn't matter the way it's measured, per ton, per bushel, per kilo. At least you have a reference point to which you as well have access, but you also as well your cooperative, if you are part of that, has access to, but also the final buyer. Doesn't matter if we're talking about services industry, other individuals with interests, or whether we talk about food processing industries, and even uh, export companies, because this article is specifically related to American exports. So you have this access to information, but you also have average prices, and the path of least resistance is to settle. If you aren't a an agricultural company which has economies of scale behind them, you can settle your crop sales at the market price. Then that's very important. Some structure still has to exist, because if it doesn't, then things go really bad really fast. Since this is also part of the current news cycle, meaning the information from the last few days, you probably may or may not have heard about the fact that Haiti is going to collapse as a country again. But while that is not exactly something which I would consider interesting enough or worthy enough to discuss on, I'll use still, it's a relatable example tied to this topic as to what happens when you have too much free market in a country which is not prepared for that free market, and especially an unstructured free market. When it came to Haiti back in, when was it? Back when they were close to getting bankrupt in 2014, if I remember, what happened was that in order to guarantee some loans from the IMF, one of the conditions was for trade tariffs, so the import taxes on several basic foodstuffs would have had to be removed. The problem is that you had quite a lot of population, yes, in subsistence farming. They were farming rice, but while they were farming rice, there was still a insurance slash welfare policy at the family level, because you still had something to eat, even though it was really basic. Hey, at least you weren't starving. So the inevitable result of that is that once the tariffs went down, that those tariffs weren't exactly implemented specifically for the government to make money off of the imports that came into the country, but it was mostly intended to protect those subsistence farmers from getting destroyed by the exports from much more efficient and much richer and much more competent agriculture industries from other parts of the world, particularly the US, since Haiti isn't very far from the US, even if you have to reach the US either with a plane or with a ship. So as a result, once those tariffs went down as part of the deal in order to not get the country bankrupted, suddenly it didn't take too long for export companies to find this out in one way or another. And what they did is that they flooded the Haitian food market with cheap rice. And that cheap rice, well, it ended up destroying financially those subsistence farmers simply because, well, it wouldn't have been profitable anymore to make to grow that rice because it would have been much more cheaper to buy it from those that imported in the country than to struggle by yourself. While this in itself is fine, there's also the human aspect taken into consideration. Yes, if it's much cheaper, then that means I have much more free time for myself in order to get myself busy with something more useful and something more worthy of my time, which also yields me a better return, whether it comes to monetary return, a bigger salary, whether it comes to self-actualization, something which an individual aspired to. But that's not exactly what happened because Haiti being Haiti and still it has been for a while one of the poorest countries on the entirety of the American continent, the population simply wasn't prepared. Those subsistence farmers didn't have exactly what to do in the post-market rice flood to have an alternative occupation. So when you no longer had this bargaining chip with you're still producing something useful because that useful and basic but very essential thing has come from overseas. Yes, cheaper, but cheaper, but not for you as the local producer. You're essentially screwed because you have no other outlook. That's the thing that you relied on. While it is, yes, fundamentally bad to rely on a single thing, you also have to look at why did they just rely on that single thing? Well, here we can start an entire discussion that will last 4 hours. And we're going to move on with the other articles. But as it is a tradition, this is already the third episode when, on the first topic, I've rambled on extensively, whether it's more or less tied to the news article that I'm commenting about and sharing the information and my perspective to you. So the population was not prepared for this. There were no alternative industries to go into. There were no alternative crops to grow into. There was also not the level of information either to at least have an idea of what to do after. Most of the people did not even know that this was going to happen. That's suddenly you as a rice grower, well, guess what? Starting from next year, you're going to get screwed because, well, we as the government, and here pay great attention. That's the reason why a small government is a really good government. The government decides finds a way to get out of the shithole they got themselves into. Suddenly tells the population, well, starting from next year, uh, we're going to have a lot of cheap rice flooding the market because that was part of the deals in order for the country to not get bankrupted. Okay, and then what? if there is no other support structure to at least, well, if you, the government, created a problem with getting yourself into debt to the level where the IMF or the World Bank or whatever other multinational, multi-state bank starts dictating the policy for you, you could at least that well that would be at least fair. But there's one thing to discuss about what's right and what's fair, and also what's easy. And in most cases, what's easy is to not do anything. You could have at least supported those farmers which you would inevitably screw over, with at the very least informing them of other things that they can do, or to provide some sort of professional reconversion schemes. Well, you can no longer do rice farming, but you can, if you want to, you can still remain in farming, but but we're going to offer a scheme to teach you how to grow something which yields more money. Or if you're not interested into that, well, we can. What we can do is that we can provide you a program or an apprenticeship where we can teach you a different skill, which yields much more money than whatever you did in agriculture or whatever you could have done in agriculture. Take for example, mm, either welding or metalwork or cobbler. But you get the idea. But as we know, those things didn't happen. Those things generally don't happen. And when you're, oh, well, yeah, this is a saying in Romanian, but it doesn't exactly translate too well into English. But you may be able to get the idea. If you're also, if you're also fucked, but you also have the money taken off of you, you can't exactly do too much in that moment. Well, you're either forced by the circumstances to find a quick solution, and sometimes quick solutions don't exactly mean that they're legal or even moral, or or you go down the route of getting angry and protesting. And in that case, it will be completely justified because it's not like you decide the economic policy of a country. And that's one of the reasons why, as Hauser's video mentioned, that's one of the reasons why farmers almost always win when they protest. But at the same level, you also have the third option, which is to starve. And absolutely nobody, no matter how bad they're doing, they don't want to starve, because to starve compared to the coup, to starve has quite a high CFR, so quite a high death ratio. Now, moving on to, yeah, continuing with the debacle with airlines and particularly Boeing. See here the consequences of, well, if you don't do your job well, speaking of what we've discussed about lack of competency in the previous podcast. Wall Street Journal. Airlines are cutting flight schedules as Boeing delivers fewer jets. Southwest and Alaska Air say flying plans are at risk. United and Southwest will slow hiring of pilots. Boeing's problems are rippling across major US airlines. Airlines are cutting back on flying and tempering plans to hire pilots and flight attendants as they prepare to receive fewer Boeing planes than they had planned at the start of the year. Southwest Airlines said Tuesday that it will cut flight capacity and reevaluate its final guidance, citing lower than expected deliveries of Boeing jets. The carrier's shares tumbled around 15% in afternoon trading, as the carrier also reported weaker leisure travel demand early this year. United Airlines is pausing pilot hiring for 2 months and hunting for new candidates from Boeing rival Airbus to fill the gap. And Alaska Air said its plans for the year are also in flux as a result of uncertainty on Boeing deliveries. Boeing has slowed down production of its best-selling 737 MAX jets as it faces increased scrutiny from the Federal Aviation Administration and the Justice Department. On Tuesday, the airplane maker said it shipped 17 narrow-body MAX jets in February, 8 fewer than it did in January and half as many as it delivered in November and December. The February tally signals that the company is well under the goal of producing 38 MAXes a month, a marker set before a door plug blew off a jet mid-flight in January, prompting a federal safety probe. In the weeks since, scrutiny from federal regulators, coupled with internal efforts to root out quality problems, have slowed production at Boeing's Renton, Washington facility, which churns out the planes. Snags in deliveries of new planes from both Boeing and European rival Airbus have been persistent headaches for airlines in recent years and hemmed their growth. Boeing on Tuesday announced a series of steps aimed at improving quality, including performing compliance checks and quality audits at its 737 factory. It also vowed to curb a practice called traveled work, when manufacturing work on planes is completed out of sequence. Workers have warned that traveled work raises the risk of mistakes in production. We will not hesitate in stopping a production line or keeping an airplane in position, Boeing Commercial Chief Stan Deal said in a memo. The steps are in response to an FAA production audit and recently released findings of an independent panel tasked with reviewing the plane maker's practices following a demand of 737 MAX crashes in 2018 and 2019. Adding to the company's public troubles this week, a Boeing 787 Dreamliner was involved in a mid-air incident that led to about 50 people on board a flight from Australia to New Zealand requiring medical treatment. It isn't clear what caused problems during the flight. Boeing said it stood ready to cooperate with the investigation into what happened. Boeing expects production to be below its 38 a month target through the first half of this year, Finance Chief Brian West said at an investor conference last month. We have to acknowledge that we have lots of things to focus on in terms of keeping airplanes in position longer so we can incorporate all the learnings that we're finding. Airlines are also giving up on receiving the smallest and largest varieties of MAX jets this year due to ongoing uncertainty about when the aviation regulators will sign off on those models. Southwest on Tuesday said it no longer expects to receive the 27 MAX 7 jets that it had hoped it would arrive in 2024, while United has pulled the largest MAX 10 jets from its schedule indefinitely. United Chief Executive Scott Kirby said Tuesday that the manufacturer's slowdown is necessary, even if it means plane deliveries this year are likely to be way behind what was expected. As much as I would like those deliveries, this is not a 12-month issue. This is a 2-decade issue, he said in an investor conference. I'd rather Boeing know what they needed to do, and I think they are now. Kirby said United has been shopping for Airbus planes to replace the MAX 10s it no longer expects to receive soon. It has asked Boeing to focus on building United more of the smaller MAX 9 jets and stop building MAX 10s. Southwest, which flies only Boeing planes, is particularly exposed to the manufacturer's struggles. Southwest said it plans to cut its flying capacity will primarily happen in the second half of the year. The carrier said it is still in the process of reworking plans, but will reduce pilot hiring by more than 50% and reduce flight attendant hiring by more than 60% this year, looking to reduce costs. The company expected to receive 79 MAX planes this year, but now expects only 46. Southwest CEO Bob Jordan said he has encouraged Boeing to focus on fixing its underlying problems. We all need Boeing to be stronger 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And that takes precedence over delivery delays, he said. Alaska said the 3-week-long grounding of Boeing MAX 9 jets after the January door plug blowout has for profit by at least $150 million. The carrier said Tuesday that it has received partial compensation from Boeing. Irish budget carrier Ryanair said earlier this month that it would have to make schedule cuts during peak summer flying season, as it expects Boeing airplane deliveries to come up short. Some carriers remain optimistic that Boeing will get back on track. American Airlines said its order last week of 85 new Boeing MAX 10 planes was a vote of confidence in the manufacturer. American said it expects Boeing will be able to deliver the new MAX 10s by 2028, but just in case, it has negotiated protections, including options to take more Airbus planes and to switch to another type of MAX. You can see, reading this article, what are the consequences when you don't do your job well. To compare with the other side of this airplane duopoly, which is Airbus, how does it happen that in the case of Airbus, no such things have happened just as it happened in the case of Boeing? Well, in Boeing's attempts to make planes well, in not only cheaper at an absolute level, but to also reduce costs. They've nailed probably one of the worst strategies possible. So when you not only chase the bottom line in order to yes, so I still believe, and Milton Friedman, when he made this argument back in the 1970s or 1980s, the main purpose of a company is to generate a return for its shareholders. Yes, but when your greediness at the company level gets to this level where you start compromising on quality, and plus if you also operate in an industry where even the slightest faults, just like what happened with the Alaska airplane, but also other evidences of things that happen. Maybe you may remember or not, but earlier on when the Boeing 787 Dreamliner was being built, so that would be over a decade ago, if I remember correctly, and the first planes were delivered. Well, one of the first issues, but one of the more serious issues is that they were not, aside from the fact that they implemented not just new production technologies, but also new materials in the manufacturing of the fuselage, for example. Instead of having it made from aluminum, it was made from composite materials, meaning that it will have much higher compression and decompression cycles. So that would mean it would have a significantly higher lifespan than a traditional aluminum fuselage airplane would have. But it will also introduce other no other technologies. For example, instead of relying on the so-called third engine, which if you look at a plane the next time you fly, there's also a much smaller jet engine at the very rear of the plane that functions as an auxiliary power unit in order to keep uh, all the all the electronics and all the lights on in the plane one before it turns on its big jet engines, but it also serves as a form of starter motor for the jet engines themselves, because in order to turn all those tons of metal inside a jet engine, you require quite a significant amount of power. And to my knowledge, absolutely no airport, no civilian airport on this planet has power supplies readily accessible at the gate or on the or in the parking areas that can do that. If I'll give a good example as to how big something like this will have to do if in order to make a plane simpler, it would to resort to an external power supply. Well, if you take for example the military F-14 Tomcat, if you've seen the video, well, not the video, if you've seen the second Top Gun movie, the scene at the latter end of the movie when when they steal that F-14 Tomcat from that so-called mm, fake country, but that country looks an awful lot like the Islamic Republic of Iran. And Iran also being one of the very few countries that still fly F-14 Tomcats because those were an inheritance from the from the days when back when Iran was a kingdom and not an Islamic republic. Uh, at the turn-up sequence when they reached the hangar and wanted to steal that plane in order to get away from being deep within enemy territory. To start the plane was tied to a machine, which was well, which was essentially the size of a giant wardrobe. That's exactly what is necessary just to turn on that single plane. Can you just imagine how big would an external starter be for a plane the size of an average commercial airliner? You'll probably need to carry it with a semi, and it's a high possibility that if you are to move it, it will be completely stuck, but it will also represent much higher costs for any airport that would employ this, simply because it will also be in high demand, but just for a simple procedure such as starting the jet engines. And that's why that third jet engine or fifth jet engine, depending on how many the proper jet engines the plane has. So going back to the 787 Dreamliner, what was the idea of Boeing in those days was that in order to supplement the sheer energy needed to turn on the jet engines, what they would do is that they would use as a form of step-up transformer a lithium power battery bank, which was also located really close to the auxiliary power unit. But they didn't exactly do sufficient testing, and it didn't take too long for those battery banks to start overheating and also triggering fires. Well, thankfully, through the way those batteries function, at least in those instances when the fire broke out, the fire broke out as the plane was on the ground. Because if the fire broke out if it was in midair, well, that would have been something infinitely more serious and definitely something really unappealing. But overall, they fixed that issue. But as we can see, I understand the fundamental point of view that to build a plane, a commercial airliner, is something that's really expensive, really complicated. It has quite a lot of moving parts, and it has quite a lot of things that can go wrong with it because they're complicated systems in themselves. And any plane that you fly, it doesn't matter what carrier you're using, even the premium carriers, like for example, if you fly Etihad or Emirates or Singapore Airlines, or even with the stringent maintenance schedules and the stringent procedures that they have in order to maintain the planes in tip-top shape, no plane in commercial use functions 100% perfectly. There's always something broken in it. Doesn't matter how little it is. But that's why also here's also one thing that's worth mentioning about about the reason. You may probably thinking, but why does it happen that for example, Southwest Airlines flies only Boeings, and why do they fly only the Boeing 737 MAX generations? Well, there are many reasons why companies do this. So Southwest in particular is what you could consider. Take for example, if you are from the European Union, it's like a form of Wizz Air, but a slightly more expensive Wizz Air because prices are considerably higher to travel in the US. But uh, but it also has the requirements that Wizz Air would do. So it would need to still have reasonably small prices, but to also reach routes that generally legacy carriers in the US. So that would be the triad, Delta, American Airlines, United. Either wouldn't do, or if they would do, you would have to through the way they structure their operations, you would have to go first to a major airport and then take a smaller plane there, if that is available. But in order to also simplify the maintenance and to also prevent maintenance errors from happening and of course make it cheaper in the end, especially when it comes to employing mechanics and the maintenance cycles, it's best for a company to have to have as many planes as similar as possible so that there wouldn't be disparities between the disparities between them. So, for example, if you fly, this is what legacy carriers in the US did up until a decade ago when they started streamlining the pretty much at the parking lot of planes that they used. They had multiple generations of Boeing planes, plus also some still managed to inherit man to fly old planes from companies that no longer exist, like for example McDonnell Douglas DC-10s or some Boeing trijets that haven't been relevant since when was it? Since 1988, when the FAA finally changed its regulations for overseas flights. That regulation was that uh, it was called the ETOPS rule. A plane always had to be gradually over the years, but since the early 1960s, as jet planes were not as reliable as they are today, the issue back then was that they posed the question: what happens when a plane simply uh, loses an engine? What the hell would happen? Well, if it loses an engine, the idea is that it will better be within the range of an airport where it is capable to land as quickly as possible. So that was the ETOPS rule. It had to be, any plane had to be at the beginning within a 60-minute area from where it could potentially have a problem to the nearest airport where it could land. And then gradually that was raised to 90 minutes. But that yielded problems when it came to really profitable routes, such as for example transatlantic or even better trans-Pacific routes. Um, if you want to read more on this topic, you just have to look in the history of the city of Anchorage, Alaska. Anchorage, Alaska was up until the 1980s the main hub where planes would have stopped before they made their trans-Pacific flights, for, specifically because of this ETOPS rule. Those planes wouldn't have been allowed, uh, and in most cases, the trans-Pacific routes weren't as profitable back then in order to fly the bigger jets, like for example the Boeing 747s or even trijets. As well, it used to be relatively cheap up until when was it? The Yeah, when the first oil embargo was implemented by the Arab countries due to that Arab-Israeli war in 1970, 1971, what ended up happening is that through their embargo, suddenly the price of kerosene tripled, and companies which relied a lot on flying really big planes with quite a few people in them. But still, this is also a discussion when it comes to margins. Every airline carrier wants to fill as much as possible from their planes because that means that they make the most money possible, regardless if you fly a single person or 1,000 people. The plane has its own fixed costs, so you want to recoup those costs as much as possible. That's also one of the reasons why some flights sometimes get cancelled when they don't have enough demand, or some routes get cancelled if they don't have enough demand because to fly a plane is really expensive. When it comes to kerosene, when it comes to airport fees, when it comes to maintenance fees, but also when you take into consideration, yes, what I mentioned earlier about the compression decompression cycle. What that is that well, every time a plane goes to cruising altitude and then drops to cruising altitude, well, as the pressure difference between the inside of the plane has to be much greater than the difference between the difference to the pressure outside, which is not exactly a lot when you fly at 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 meters, that inherently generates stress on the fuselage. And that's why planes, when you look at the lifespan of planes, you would you take into consideration through how many cycles like that it has went through. That's one of the reasons why planes have the manufacturers know pretty well how many compression decompression cycles a plane can go through up to the level when it becomes too dangerous to fly a plane in order to prevent something like, well, you reach 40,000 feet cruising altitude, and then you suddenly realize that through those micro fractures in the fuselage, suddenly the roof blows off, and then your plane shatters into pieces because of the pressure difference. And that pressure difference exists simply because, well, we as people cannot exactly uh, breathe the air that exists at 40,000 feet cruising altitude. Plus that air is also really cold. On average, it's at minus 50 degrees Celsius. So as a result, plus you'll also have many more other issues. It's not you won't just be altitude sickness, you will also have respiratory issues, severe respiratory issues, and then temperature issues. You will need to maintain the 1 to 1.2 atmospheres of inner cabin pressure so that things will function normally, and so you would actually fly the planes and the people. Otherwise, if you don't, you're going to have at best people passing out, or at worst people dying. And if there's one thing that airlines want to avoid as much as possible is to have people dying on their planes, especially if people die because it's their fault. That's also why this discussion has been ongoing for so long, and not just that, but all the issues are so serious because there's a gigantic circle of liability if something goes wrong. It's not just it's not just the damage to publicity for the carrier, but it's also the damage to the image of the carrier, but it's also the damage to the reputation. It's also damage to the manufacturer of the plane. If if like in this perfect example, more and more people find out that for whatever reason it doesn't they don't even have to be right, but as we know, perception is reality. if in a case like this, there are already sufficient people that know about this entire debacle with Boeing and their jets, they don't even have to look too deep into this to look at, well, I will be flying from London to Malaga this summer, but I don't want to fly with Ryanair because Ryanair has operates Boeing planes. Even if that specific plane that they fly on may not be a Boeing 737 or even less a Boeing 737 from the MAX generation, which had issues. It's just a perception. Just a perception. It has to be. It could be a different Boeing plane. The idea is already there. At the normie level, Boeing planes equal unsafe, and that takes years to repair. That takes years, and those years translate into a lot of lost revenue for the carrier, a lot of lost revenue as well for Boeing, because simply uh, if there are too many fuck ups on the way, and Boeing is even if it's doing as much as possible, it's insufficient and far too late. Speaking of the fact that it's easier to prevent a problem than to fix it, but it's also the reputational damage that would take years to rebuild trust in order for people to still to feel safe as much as airlines with their maintenance schedules try to do in order to make their planes as safe as possible for flight, but to feel safe in order to actually fly on those planes. And you can't exactly blame them. Nobody wants to get on a plane and then realize at some point that that they may be dying. Even if at the statistic level you look at the fact that planes are the safest mode of travel in the world, the disadvantage with a plane is that if something happens at high altitude, the death rate is depending on what happens is almost 100%, or if it's really high, and that's exactly what's prevented because if just as I said earlier, if an issue with the plane or something happened with the plane that leads to the deaths of people, and it is the fault of the carrier, every carrier on this planet will get sued for the death of those people, and they would pay millions, if not tens of millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, if it comes to that, in order to pay for damages for something that they did. There have been plenty of cases like these. One good example, if you are old enough to remember Pan Am or Pan American Airlines in 1993 with that Lockerbie terrorist attack, uh, which led to the death of almost everybody, or absolutely everybody on that flight when it crashed in Scotland. Pan American, when they got sued, well, because they're an American airline, and so they're subject to American rules and also the American litigation culture. The families of the people that died on that plane, but also other employees of Pan American that died on that plane, sued the company right after, especially since it was discovered that the reason that terrorists ended up on the plane was because of really lax security rules. They didn't check him. They didn't check him in the event that if they had if he had what was it? I think it was a bomb. So so as the investigation settled, they settled that at fault it was Pan American, and it didn't take too long for the losses to start flying, and for also the millions of dollars to start flying into the pockets of the people who put the lawsuit at the court, and can exactly blame them. It was your lack of oversight as a company that led to that. That could have been prevented, but for one reason or another, you didn't. It doesn't matter if doesn't matter what exactly you did, but it happened. Now you have to pay up. Now you have to pay up, and after you pay up, you better prevent such things from happening again. That's why things like these are in such high scrutiny, and things are so regulated, because at every level, consequences are pretty dire, and damages in reputation also translate into significant losses. And in an industry such as the airline industry, when you need really high amounts of capital to even consider starting operations, that's already an issue. It's sufficient to have 1 or 2 years of problems, and if you're not a state carrier, so that the government subsidizes you, you will be screwed. You will be screwed as a company, because reputational damage translates into significantly higher losses, and as usual, but always, the the losses that you would have made if you wouldn't have skimped on maintenance or inspections or things like that, they will still be significantly lower than the potential losses that you will have in case something happens due to you as a company. But here it's not the airline company's at fault, but it's the fault of Boeing. It's the fault of Boeing and their ways of doing business. But it's not just their way of doing business, but it's also their flawed way of doing business. When uh, when you consider yourself the biggest clients of other companies that you outsource manufacturing to, and as a result, in your attempt to make the planes cheaper, you also heavy hand those uh, those outsourced parts manufacturers to also cut down the costs. And to cut down the cost means to cut down on quality, and to cut down on quality means to cut down on safety. So that starts a vicious cycle, which ends up biting you in the ass. Yes, you can blame to some level the fact that I don't know, what was it, Spirit Assembly or whatever the company was named, which was also part of Boeing in the past, but after Boeing restructured, it became its own company. Or I think it was Spirit Aerospace. So that was a company that assembled the doors exactly the doors that blew off from the Alaska air flight. So when you screw them in such a way, and you, Boeing, represent the vast majority of their revenue as a company, well, what exactly would you expect? You can blame them in the end for the fact that they skimped the on production quality and the quality inspections. But at the same time, they can also make the argument back, yes, we did, and we are at fault for this. But at the same time, the reason why we did it, and that's also a legitimate excuse, is simply because if we didn't do it this way, we couldn't have afforded it. We wouldn't have delivered the things that you needed. And if we wouldn't have delivered, you, Boeing, would have asked for damages, which inevitably would have come from our pocket. And so, with the little money that we had, we also didn't want to pay damages to you, Boeing. But at the same time, we didn't want to lose the contract either, because if we lose the contract with you, Boeing, that meant that we might as well declare bankruptcy, because there's no point in operating uh, in the fuselage manufacturing business after all, or in the assembly or sub-assembly industry after all. Why would we? Since you suddenly screwed us. And from that point, good luck. Uh, there are many faults set all across the board, but to reiterate this point, this time it's not the fault of the airline companies, it's the fault of the manufacturer, and the fault of Boeing. It will remain to be seen in the future how exactly would they solve this, while it is appreciated that to some level US legacy carriers do still have a vote of confidence by still ordering the Boeing planes. There's a high possibility that Boeing will resolve the issues with their MAX planes, but they have to change the paradigm in which they've worked up until this moment. Because if they don't, yes, while the US legacy carriers get did place orders for more planes to purchase from them, this time they've also asked for guarantees, and they're also looking at alternatives. Do you have any idea how far you fucked up as a company, you Boeing, when US legacy carriers who also since they have more money, but they also have much better incentives at the reputational level to buy American and to buy domestic, even though there are Airbus planes which are built in the US as well. That's especially to prevent things like what's called the chicken tax, meaning that, well, if in the case of planes, if a plane would be either finally built or finally assembled in Europe, if it were to be sold in the US, that would have resulted in an import fee of 300%. So that means it would triple the price of an already expensive asset. And that's also one thing that Boeing advocated for. That's what Boeing lobbied for many years ago. So, so when you do these things, as I've mentioned, how much do you think you have fucked up so that through your incompetence, you managed even legacy carriers to look at your competitor, and your competitor is doing things relatively well compared to you, and you don't see Airbus ever going into business, or going out of business, or anytime soon. Yes, just like any company, they've made bad bets in the past. You look at, for example, the fact that the A380, it was at the end of the day a financially disastrous investment for Airbus. They lost a lot of money on the plane. They banked on a business model which was not exactly as realistic as they believed to. So, and that was already consulting with the airline companies, because they didn't exactly just think by themselves, well, we're going to build this plane, and then we're going to see who buys it, because the development and manufacturing costs, especially when it comes to a plane that big, they are absolutely humongous. Not to mention the fact that it's an achievement in itself, that there are still, and they still sold many planes, even though at the end of the day it, it it still led to a fiscal loss for them. At a reputational level, Airbus still looks good. They're still a company which can claim the crown of building the largest passenger airliner, taking that crown of Boeing. Yes, uh, a lot of effort has been done in order to make that plane run as efficiently as possible, because if you've ever seen an A380, that's a pretty gigantic plane, and to move that gigantic plane in the air requires a lot of energy. And where do you get that energy? Well, you get it from the jet engines. What the jet engines run on? Well, they run on kerosene, and that plane consumes a lot of kerosene in order to move all those hundreds of tons of metal in the air. And also, but still, it's from what I mentioned, from a reputational point of view, even though it was a brand new plane and Airbus never built a plane as large in the past, how does it happen that fuck-ups like Boeing never happened in Airbus's case? Sure, they have significant delays when it came to delivery, and also they also had their own share of airline carriers that also didn't exactly like their idea, because well, and it's understandable from their point of view that you buy a gigantic plane. That gigantic plane also yields for you, the company, you know, significant amounts of money in revenue, and you also try to some level to employ some economies of scale. So the more people you fly, that means that the low, the higher earnings you will have, and also the lower cost per flight that you will have, and ending up in those flights being more profitable. But in that case, well, companies who bought the A380 understood, and when in discussions with Airbus, they preferred it that way instead of having outright issues. And as a testament to how far Airbus pushed the envelope, when they initially designed the A380, they expected that Rolls-Royce would supply them with the Trent engines, which are the most powerful commercial airline jet engines in existence, but also some of the most efficient. They Rolls-Royce, in the end, had their own problems with manufacturing the engines. So what Airbus did was to contact Pratt& and Whitney to design an engine for their plane, and and even though that one wasn't as efficient, and the A380 buyers knew this, they still preferred it that way because the potential losses of no longer expanding, and to also have a lot of sunk investments into already acquiring those companies. You already paid some tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars upfront to Airbus, as part of a deposit in order to get those planes at a level. And yes, even if the costs were considerably higher with the Pratt& and Whitney engines, well, in the end, Airbus resolved the issue when the Rolls-Royce Trent engine ended up being safe enough to be used on the A380. Already, the Airbus, for all the new planes where they settled with the carriers that it will have these engines, they did deliver them, and nothing bad happened with those planes. So Airbus stands as proof that things can be done well if you want to. It's all a matter of yes, having the right fundamentals and keeping this thing into consideration, that whatever cost cutting you're doing now, if you're not 140% conscious of where you're doing the cost cutting, and especially when the cost cutting does not rely entirely on you, but in order to do cost cutting, then you try to essentially hamstring uh, your suppliers or your outsourced partners. Well, what exactly do you expect was going to happen? Well, now you know. Probably Boeing for sure will repeat this mistake in the future, because this is not, again, to just remind you, this is not the only one. They've had other fuck ups like these in the recent past, so we don't even have to go into the distant past. Just as I told you in other podcasts, with that 737 Max 8 that nosedived out of the sky and killed everybody on board. And it didn't, and the software didn't just do it to a single plane; they did it to another plane as well, because Boeing employed some code monkeys from India for $10 an hour to design a pretty complicated and sophisticated program like that one, which had, as we have seen, the inherent consequences of when does that program go wrong. And now we see this. You get the idea at the end. Now, from a normie perspective point of view, the damage is already done, and considering the long development cycles in the in the airline manufacturing industry, well, it's worth to be seen. How fast will Boeing resolve this problem? How fast will Boeing turn around? Because for them, every day that passes with these issues still inherent, and if they don't come out at some point, not just mentioning but also evidencing the fact that yes, we fucked up. Here's what happened. We we should have known better, and most importantly, here are the things that we have done in order to prevent such issues from ever happening again. If they don't follow this route, then that means that even American legacy carriers, as much as they want to buy American and to buy Boeing, since they have a partnership with Boeing ever since Boeing existed, more or less, they will be moving to their other competitor. So that would mean that from a duopoly, the airline manufacturing industry will turn into a monopoly, and from that moment on, God help us all. Um, Sticking with Wall Street Journal and also from the idea, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, especially since we talk about environmentalists and the myriad of things that they've done. Here is an opinion piece. Electric cars emit more particulate pollution, also from Wall Street Journal. They have greater tire wear, the source of most particulate matter. California is trying to conceal that fact. The Biden administration is reviewing California's plan to ban the sale of new gasoline-powered cars by 2035. To get federal approval, California claims it needs this ban to prevent harm to public health for particulate matter, airborne particles like dust, dirt, and soot. But banning gasoline cars would do little to reduce particulate emissions, and it could even increase them. That's because new gasoline cars are very clean. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, that's surprising, cars emit only about 1% of all direct fine particulate matter in California, and most of those emissions come from older models. The newer gasoline cars that California wants to ban will often have particulate filters that reduce emissions to below one over a thousandth of a gram per mile driven. Where do most particulate emissions attributed to cars come from? California speaks as if their primary source is the tailpipe. That was true in the past. But today, most vehicle-related particulate matter comes from tire wear. Cars are heavy, and as their tires rub against the road, they degrade and release tiny, often toxic particles. According to measurements by an emission analytics firm, in gasoline cars equipped with a particle filter, airborne tire wear emissions are more than 400 times as great as direct exhaust particulate emissions. California calls electric cars zero-emissions vehicles because they don't have tailpipes. That is deceptive. Generating the electricity that powers those cars creates particulate pollution, and of course electric cars still use tires, which are made from petroleum. Electric cars weigh far more than gasoline-powered ones, so their tires degrade faster, as electric car buyers are learning. The same analytics firm cited earlier compared two cars, a plug-in electric and a hybrid. The electric car weighed about one-third more than the hybrid and emitted roughly one-quarter more particulate matter because of tire wear. Total direct emissions went up, not down, when the electric car was driven. But when California's air agency analyzed the effects of its ban, it used a model that assumes both kinds of cars have the same tire wear. When the public pointed out the error, the agency doubled down, claiming it would be speculative to assume that electric cars will continue to be heavier than gasoline cars. The agency mused that in the future automakers would probably offset the weight of heavy batteries with unspecified weight reduction in other components or on the vehicle body. California's bureaucrats have it backward. What's speculative is assuming that electric cars will soon weigh the same as the gasoline cars they replace. Electric cars are 15 to 30% heavier because batteries store far less energy per pound than liquid fuels. While weight differences between electric and gasoline cars have remained roughly constant over the past decade, the only reasonable prediction of trends is for electric cars to get heavier as manufacturers increase battery size to boost range. Electric car supporters may argue that gasoline cars also contribute to particle pollution by emitting nitrogen oxides, which can turn into particles. But by California's estimate, most of the predicted decrease in particle concentrations results from its false assumption that electric cars would substantially reduce direct emissions of particulates, not nitrogen dioxide. Before California can set any emission standards for cars, it needs the EPA's approval. But don't hold your breath or expecting scientific integrity. Of course, the EPA's own emissions model falsely applies the same tire wear emission rate for all vehicle fuel types, so that will be gasoline, diesel, flex fuel, compressed natural gas, or electric, completely ignoring the differences in weight. Why are California and the EPA so eager to push electric cars when they will increase what EPA Administrator Michael Regan calls one of the most dangerous forms of air pollution? That's a good question. Perhaps some would ask them under oath. While in this opinion piece, he is partially right when it comes to the adjacent pollution caused by powering up these electric cars or charging up these electric cars. It's also partially false if we are to refer specifically to California, because California does produce a lot, both at a state level, but also at an individual level of renewable energy, and that's because the climate lets them to. It's plus you also don't have the differences in temperature that you do in California, just like you would do in a state in the US, like for example Illinois, where you could have hot and humid summers, really hot and humid summers, but you also have teeth-shattering frosts and also polar vortexes in the winter, which can sometimes and happens quite often, once every few years, to turn everything that it touches into an ice sarcophagus, cars in particular. Not to mention the inherent losses in range from the fact that the inside mechanisms of an electric car also have to keep the battery bank at a stable enough temperature, whether it means cooling it, which is not the case in California. California has sometimes heat waves, but overall yearly average temperature is still mild and relatively constant compared to the aforementioned example of Illinois. It doesn't have to work, those systems don't have to work as hard, which is why if you live in California, and especially if you are one of those techno optimists that spend money to install solar panels on their house and or a windmill, and also installed a lithium house battery as well. Props to you, that functions. But this doesn't work when you think of it at a larger scale. California is not the rest of the US. And when it comes to uh, Boyle State worker bullshittery, like what CARB, so that'll be the California Air Resources Board and the EPA as well, doing these metrics and measurements. Well, color me shocked when we're talking about the incompetent metrics that they rely on. Just like this article mentions, the EPA's own emissions model falsely applies the same tire wear emission rate for all vehicle fuel types, completely ignoring the differences in weight. Well, suddenly, but are you exactly surprised to hear that the Boyle State workers and my personal opinion about Boyle State workers in general, but particularly these ones who are also ideologically charged, working in agencies like the EPA or CARB or whatever way, shape, or form they come into. Doesn't matter what country we're talking about. They, their models are flawed as well, and and while a lot of it can be attributed to incompetence, there are also some other yes peculiar interests who want to keep this model this way because they wouldn't, they are smart enough to realize that if they were to be completely transparent with the fact that when it comes to particulate matter, the statistics for electric cars will make them look so bad that people at one point will find out, and that would inevitably severely hurt the electric car industry. And when public policy, as it was decided by other higher tier Boyle state workers, stipulates that well, we're going to ban internal combustion engine cars or vehicles altogether by 2035. What other alternatives do you want to offer them, particularly when there's also from the state level. So here I'm not referring to just California, but also from the federal state representing the entirety of the US. And there are also many other countries who did this as well, particularly in the West. We've also sunk significant amounts of money. Doesn't matter if it's really if you sunk a lot of money in subsidies offered to people to buy electric cars, just like California did. California, and I think even to this level, they offer about $8,000, if I remember, subsidy to buy an electric car, and the subsidy if you buy a hybrid car would be, I think, somewhere around half of that. That's also one thing that was also done in the UK, but it was a 2-year program until they realized, holy shit, it not only did not exactly lead to private individuals to buy more electric cars. It did not exactly budge, but what exactly happened was that essentially the British state subsidized the companies to change their fleets into hybrids and electrics because it became much more fine. It became much more fiscally lucrative to do such a thing at a company level. So while demand overall increased, but when the program was aimed mostly for private individuals to change their cars into more efficient hybrids and electrics, that exactly didn't happen. Plus, also one thing that either changed this year or will change starting next year, the electric car owners were exempt from the road tax, and the road tax is calculated based on yeah what sort of power your car has and also how heavy your car has. In this country where you're permitted to have a license for a tracked vehicle and also drive a tracked vehicle on the roads, those are the people that when they pay the road tax, they end up paying the most road tax for that vehicle. Well, because who would have thought? Vehicles who have tracks also tend to be armored, and if they are armored, they are pretty heavy. Same with the trucks as well. Trucks also pay, on average, some of the highest road taxes in this country. And yes, the these generate particular pollution, and it makes perfect sense to take into consideration that different vehicles, depending on the way they are propelled, also exhibit significant differences in weight, which also significantly uh, changes differences in wear. What electric companies do what the electric car manufacturing companies do is that they install tires much larger than it would have been on a comparable car powered by a traditional gasoline or diesel engine. Simply because they have to compensate in such a way for all that weight, and particularly when it comes to electric cars, when the weight is down low, they're represented by the battery bank integrated with the car chassis, and taking in consideration, yes, the inherent inefficiency, the fact that the battery banks are much less energy dense than liquid fuel, meaning that you have to make the battery banks much larger, um, and making them much larger, the power cells themselves are not exactly something really light. They're pretty heavy, especially when you have hundreds of tens of thousands of them. I'm talking about the lithium cells. Well, what would you expect? You get a car that's really heavy, but in order to not have issues with excessive wear, you're forced to make this choice of also putting much larger tires in order to compensate for all that extra weight in order to have better weight distribution. Because if you don't have a better weight distribution, not only you would lead to not only that will lead to excessive tire wear, but at the same time also create issues regarding the stability of the vehicle in itself. Even though, from a physical point of view, the center of mass being much lower than it is on a traditional gasoline or diesel powered car, that problem is still there. And I've looked into the comment section of this article, and I've seen the absolute lunacy and how people perfectly ignore this. One commenter mentioned, but I exactly didn't see that my Tesla Model S with which was, I think, the P90D model, so the dual motor model, so that'll be all-wheel drive. Well, I didn't exactly see the fact that it had excessive tire wear. In fact, no, the tires lasted me somewhere around 30,000 or 40,000 miles. Yes, that's true. That's but because that's on purpose. That's on purpose. But have you seen the size of the tires? Yes, they don't exactly wear that much because they have a much higher surface area. But if you look at other comparative models, I'm not exactly sure if in the case of the US that was the case. But you look at the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to electric cars, the really small ones. Here I'm talking about Renault Zoe or the BMW i3. If you look at the BMW i3, it being built like a subcompact hatchback, you would be absolutely astonished how small the tires are. And at the same time, tire manufacturers also employ different technologies when they manufacture tires specifically made for electric cars. Just like, for example, for bikes, it's the same. There is tires meant for electric bikes who also exhibit much more torque than normally mechanically driven push bikes. They're also built differently and with different compounds in order to also be more resistant to the instant torque that electric cars possess due to the way they function, but to also not compromise on the what would you call it on the lifespan of the tires themselves. However, that means from a manufacturing point of view, those tires have to be made from much harder compounds, not only to compensate for all the extra weight that the car has to lug around with that gigantic battery bank, also to compensate and also to compensate for the instant torque, but to also reinforce them in such a way to make them harder, and that's why it also leads to higher particulate emissions when the rubber from the tire breaks down, simply because that's how they were made. And and now that you have this general idea, you don't have to go into that much detail about manufacturing processes. Well, it still all boils down to physics, to basic physics.
Where exactly is the surprise in this? Well, there isn't any surprise, and even the author of this article this is particularly on point with this. The oil state workers say that say that from the population, if you don't take into consideration the particulate emissions from the much larger tires used by electric cars to lug all that extra weight, and also yes, due to extra weight, even if the tires are larger, that also leads to much that also leads to more tire wear per surface area, just like for example in the case of trucks. That's also taken into consideration. Also, there's also in the case of other particulates being emitted. If you have an electric car and yeah, not all electric cars tend to have regenerative braking, and so you have to use the traditional brake. Well, a much heavier car will need to employ bigger brakes, bigger brake discs, bigger brake calipers, and even those brake calipers, well, does it happen? Those brake pads are not made 100% out of metal, because otherwise, if you will be metal over metal, it will just slide and it wouldn't exactly stop you. So those brake pads are made from special compounds in order to stick to the brake rotor itself. And when that friction happens, well, you have the brake dust, which inevitably gets emitted whenever you brake. And that's also part of the driving style. Even if you have a car which has regenerative braking, it will take you a while to learn how do you exactly drive the car with you using only one single pedal. So that will be the accelerator pedal. When you press it, yes, it will give power to the motor, but when you take your foot off, the the process reverses. So you no longer send any power to the motor, and the motor, while it's moving, it actually sends power back to the battery while it's slowing down because of the inertia. But that still takes a while, and while yes, cars, especially Teslas, have existed for such a while that you have already people who have owned multiple generations of cars. There are still quite a lot of people that don't know this, and they drive a car, they drive an electric car just like they would do with a simple automatic car. You would press the gas pedal, yeah, gas pedal for an electric car, but you get the idea. You press the gas pedal for power, and then you take your foot off, and then you press the brake in order to, well, brake. So then on a larger car with larger tires, but also with larger mass to carry around, that also translates into larger brakes, and larger brakes translate into more particulate matter emissions. That's why this is happening, and yeah, this is also one of the reasons why a small government is good, simply because in if there wouldn't have been an institution like the EPA or the California Air Resources Board, who exactly would have been there to regulate and legislate what sort of car would you get? As electric cars failed a century ago on fundamental grounds, overall, electric cars at some point, in at least in this current generation, in the way that they're made, will also fail. They will also fail, and they would have been prone to fail if they didn't have all this entire support structure around them, with legislation such as banning internal combustion engine vehicles, things like subsidies to buy electric cars, other incentives for electric car manufacturers to build the cars, and many other things like that. Do you want a really good example what happens with an alternative fuel when it is not subsidized by a state or a country? You look at what happens. You look at what happened exactly with hydrogen-powered cars. Well, the hydrogen-powered car specifically, the Toyota Mirai. The Toyota Mirai runs about 430 miles, and I don't exactly know the calculation out of my mind for how many kilometers does that mean. So you just use a calculator and you multiply by 1.6 to get your range in kilometers, using only 8 kilograms of compressed hydrogen. So even that one is an electric engine in itself. While it does not exhibit the same capacity, the same instant torque capacity as a direct electric engine, electric motor, more that would be the right term, like it does on a traditional EV. The fuel cell, the fuel cell powering that electric motor is still much more efficient and much lighter than even compared with an electric vehicle in itself, and especially considerably lighter as an entire propulsion assembly, even compared to internal combustion engine cars. But as the infrastructure isn't there, because well, where exactly do you get the hydrogen? Hydrogen is something that's also it's not exactly something difficult to manufacture the way it's mostly manufactured now. I'm talking here about the pure hydrogen. What you do is and the process is already there. The chemical fertilizer industry does exactly the same thing to make things like hydrogen phosphate, as the nitrogen no, hydrogen phosphate, and others. You simply break down natural gas, so that would be CH4, into getting the carbon out, and to break the hydrogen and break the hydrogen themselves from the carbon bond itself. And yes, you do that through fractional distillation, just like it happens with the traditional oil itself. That's how you get from an oil barrel natural gas, gasoline, diesel, in different fractions. Yes, depending on where you get the oil and how it formed and what is it made out of, and also other processes which will have to be implemented in case that you get, for example, oil that's much more sulfurous than it should be. That sulfur has to be extracted in a way. But to get back, while it is relatively simple to make the hydrogen, it's not exactly easy to carry it, because hydrogen being one easily compressible gas, and also being one really explosive gas, in order to carry some viable concentrations of it, you would need special tanks, special reservoirs to carry it in, which are also which also should have the sufficient reinforcement in order to keep all that pressure inside, so that you carry sufficient quantities. There's also an inherent inefficiency in carrying gases such as this, just like it happens with carrying natural gas or across the seas. Every compressed natural gas carrier has an inherent inefficiency, because gas in itself, not only that you have to carry it at very low temperatures in order to maintain it liquid, but yeah, through that, also some of that natural gas has to be used in order to power the machinery that keeps it liquid. So that would also have to be a thing to take in consideration as well, because even hydrogen itself, in order to liquefy it, that requires some energy, yes, and also to carry the liquefied hydrogen to a supply point, like it would be like like it will be like a hydrogen fuel station, that it would also need to be held there in a liquid form. And if you don't have enough people who would constantly fuel up their cars, inevitably some of that hydrogen will be lost. But there will be much less losses if the more of it will be used. The thing is that since not many people bought the Toyota Mirai simply because there's this issue. If you don't stay around an area which has a hydrogen charging station, you're pretty much confined to that area as much as your range allows. It was the same issue in the early days of modern electric cars as well. Yeah, the electric cars were and are still mostly viable in states where you have a lot of decentralized energy production, such as California, or in places where a lot of charging infrastructure has been built, again, California. Or if you want another example of charging infrastructure, which with cheap electricity as well, because yes, there's even this aspect to be taken into consideration, referring to the costs of powering the car, and especially to charge that gigantic battery bank, the electricity costs themselves. It's viable in places with a lot of renewable energy, like California, because of the weather that's in California. Just like it is very viable in a province like Quebec, because the vast majority of the power is abundant and cheap because of all the hydroelectric dams they have. Even though, yes, inherent losses are there, simply because, yeah, Canada tends to be a pretty cold place 6 months out of the year, to a level where only only Scandinavians living in the north of their countries and the Russians would understand what exactly does it mean to be really really cold. But even then, the compromise is well, at least yes, it's cheaper. But when it comes to hydrogen cars, you're limited by where exactly you can fuel up. And as this subdomain of car propulsion didn't get either got barely something or absolutely anything when it came to government support. I'm not saying it as if it's a bad thing. In the end, the free market decides who's the winner and who's the loser. You also see how many hydrogen powered cars are built. You see how much adjacent infrastructure has been built around servicing those people who bought hydrogen cars. Not that many. Just recently, in the past few weeks, a lot of hydrogen charge points for cars have closed down in the UK, and in California you have, I think, 11 all across the entire state and barely any in the rest of the country. Well, here's the evidence. While yes, and in itself, extracting the hydrogen and also carrying it with all the inefficiencies, all the way to your own car's hydrogen tank, they are taken into consideration. Even if the car is really safe, although there's still this inherent scare about hydrogen, because everybody knows about the Hindenburg disaster, even if the vast majority of people they weren't even born, or not even their parents or their grandparents were born when Hindenburg happened. Yeah, it blew up because it was a zeppelin full of hydrogen. These dangers are no longer the case today. And even Toyota explained this to length, even since they started producing and selling the Toyota Mirai. I think it was in 2008 or 2010. they said that look, I understand, we understand your concern about hydrogen. Yes, hydrogen is an explosive gas if it decompresses, but you look, the hydrogen tank in itself, the one that holds 8.7 kilos of hydrogen, if I remember. Well, see, it's made out of woven carbon fiber, which is, yes, really expensive, but at the same time really safe, because if it breaks, it doesn't. Yes, it decompresses, but it's not like you have hydrogen generating friction with a metal, which is what leads to its explosion, especially when you consider the sheer pressure inside that one. Plus, again, as I said just earlier, you can't exactly make a hydrogen reservoir out of metal unless you want to have quite a fun explosion. There are also other technologies implemented in order to make the car as safe as possible. And even though the car in itself, the Toyota Mirai, is a bit, yes, middle tier towards premium in its equipment, by itself, it's still a lucrative car. Much lighter, much more efficient, and especially very, very quiet as well. Not as quiet as electrics, but still, it's quiet. Is more quieter. It's quieter, closer to electrics than, and very far from even the most, say, sound deadened internal combustion engine cars. Meaning that you can also make the car lighter because you don't have to implement all the sound deadening foam and other plates in the chassis or in the body or in the panels of the car, like you would do in a traditional internal combustion engine car. But you get the idea. So far, this experiment with the hydrogen car is a failure, as not only it's it's a it's a car manufacturing subdomain that hasn't expanded for, as I told you, since about 2008. It barely expanded then, and in fact, now these days you actually have those very few hydrogen charge points. They close down because it's well, not economically viable. And and there's also, and even if you were to make a creativity exercise and to build a hydrogen power car as cheap as possible, there are still some things safety-wise that you can't compromise on. Specifically, the one that I mentioned earlier as well regarding Toyota Mirai, you have to make out of exotic materials the hydrogen tank in itself. If you don't want to blow up with the entire car and in the case of one explosion or a decompression, you will be your pieces will be picked by the police using tweezers. So let's not even mention other examples. I'm not exactly sure how much this is in the US, but in the UK there are quite a few companies which also for government grifts and ESG funding, especially the truck companies. Some of them did switch to compressed natural gas, which is again a very inefficient system, particularly when already the energy density of natural gas in itself isn't as high. Plus, but you can at least carry all the pressure, and in such a small container without it without losing the pressure in itself. Plus, it being of a lower energy density, which doesn't exactly help when it comes to carrying heavy loads like trucks always do. You also don't need to mitigate the inherent inefficiency of maintain that natural gas at a liquid level, because when when a CNG truck is fueled with natural gas, so it's the sheer pressure within that gas tank that keeps it liquid for what can I say? If I remember correctly, I think one that carries the standard 28 to 34 tons in this country, it can go about 300 miles, which is good if you are a carrier that operates within a 250-mile area. It's not exactly good when your trucks have to go further than that, because then you would have to go back to traditional diesel, which is significantly more energy dense, where diesel engines are also, as internal combustion engines, much more efficient when it comes to transforming that liquid density, that liquid energy density into inertia and mechanical movement. So as such, who knows what will happen? But at one point, make sure that all this EV grifting will stop, because because once the economic situation worsens and everybody sees this in one way or another, not only the cars themselves are still expensive, as much as you try to cut down on costs with subsidies and stimulus and stimmy checks or whatever, they're still inherently expensive. They're still inherently unusable in a lot of places in this world, including the West. There are also inherent issues with the electric car as a construct in itself, just like it was a century ago or a century and a bit ago when they've existed as alternative to those cars built in that era. No, unless some breakthrough in battery technology happens, and I'm talking here about significant breakthrough, which means to not only dramatically increase the energy density of uh, of the battery bank in itself, but also increase the lifespan, because that's also an issue. The most expensive thing from an electric car is not exactly the car in itself, but the battery bank. Well, that's the reason why a lot of people who bought the first generation Tesla Model S had a rude awakening when the battery degraded after 5 to 7 years. And well, guess what happened after that? They went to uh, Tesla to change the battery bank, and then they've been slapped with, yeah, sure, we can change your battery bank. You just have to pay us about $40,000. That costs, and by comparison, a full option Toyota Mirai today costs in the US $43,000. Yeah, you can keep on driving your Tesla, but you have to pay us $40,000 to change your battery bank. Yeah, well, no. Here's also another thing that I have a gripe with, and then we're going to move on after this. But before that, yeah, talking this much also generates a requirement in nicotine to keep the mind going. What exactly was the issue with hybrid cars? Hybrid cars, from my perspective, in the current context that we're living in, up until that technological breakthrough in batteries will happen, they seem like the best solution. They're not a perfect solution, but they seem like the best solution. You have, yeah, for example, the most long-standing example of a successful hybrid car. As much as you may love or hate it, sure, it was designed in a really futuristic and dumb way inside. It also looked pretty polarizing. It may not be the most performant car, but here I'll give the best example: the Toyota Prius. The Toyota Prius as a car since 2005, and then you had GM, which also had their own successful attempt at building an electric car, not actually the a hybrid car, the Chevrolet Volt, or if you lived in Europe, the Opel Ampera. Both very successful cars. You could go if you drove conservatively, you could get out of a single petrol tank about 1,000 kilometers, if not more. I personally drove a Chevrolet Volt and managed to get 1,100 kilometers out of a single petrol tank. And what exactly is the most efficient way? Well, if you want to if you say that you want to cut down on fossil fuel consumption, well, why don't yes, there have been some stimulus when it comes to purchasing hybrids, but but at the level of the individuals forming the society, those who wanted and those who needed, whether due to economical motivations that they want to spend less on fuel, if and also the vast majority of people that drive cars are A to B drivers, so that means they want to go from point A to point B as uh, as cheap as possible, and in this case, the Toyota Prius, as it stands, because it got a significant refresh with the new generation now in 2024, it's a wildly successful model. It's also it being made by Toyota it's also a very reliable car, but also through the way it functions, yes, the lithium-ion battery bank degrades over time, but it degrades so much slower than a normal EV battery bank does. It doesn't degrade to the level when it becomes almost unusable after 7 years. But in fact, when in fact the car itself becomes more efficient after it surpasses the 5-year mark of constant usage. And it's also the redundancy aspect. If for some reason the battery would fail in one way or another, or if it doesn't hold enough charge, well, you can simply run the car using just the engine, and there's no issue. Well, why, for example, this hasn't been pushed, and then everybody, especially in the West, had another moment of collective psychosis and started running towards the still inherently inefficient EVs. It's not that there are fundamental issues with EVs themselves, but there are also other geopolitical considerations to take into account. Well, who exactly manufactures the most of lithium-ion batteries? China. Who exactly holds a stranglehold on lithium reserves across the globe? China does as well. And who exactly started jumping into making a lot of really cheap electric cars? China did as well. Recently, I was thinking if I were to implement this article, but then I decided not to, since it's also sort of related to this. Xiaomi, the company which generally made phones or e-scooters, started building cars which at least their concept car, which I've seen as a picture from that article, it looks an awful lot like a Porsche. Not exactly like a Porsche, but it looks strikingly similar in a traditional sort of Chinese way. Copying is the greatest form of flattery. But whether the Chinese have the competitive advantage because in the way the country functions, they can obviously make things much cheaper when the government has capabilities to essentially issue you unlimited subsidies. Not because they want to make money. Again, this is another point which I think I've made here in this podcast, but I'm not 100% sure, but I definitely made it in the previous podcast with Lucian on Freedom Alternative. China is not exactly interested in making money when it comes to subsidizing industries. Its interest is to gain market share and to also gain soft power. through their sheer manufacturing base. That's how they've done it in 1970s and 1980s with steel. That's the reason why a lot of steel mills in the USA and in Europe closed down, simply because the Chinese subsidized that industry in such a way that yes, they scaled it up to a level that's unbelievable. You can see only remnants in the former Soviet Union of steel mills that gigantic. Uh, so for their inherent yes, initial subsidies, they got rid of the competition, but they also made the former countries where they had competing industries reliant on Chinese steel manufacturing. They've They also try to do the same with smartphones by making them much cheaper than their competition from either Japan, South Korea, or also yes the US, but the US doesn't manufacture specifically these phones. I mean Apple iPhones. So in such a way, in order to gain market share and in order to get the people reliant on China. That's what they're trying to do right now as well. They've cornered the lithium. They cornered the lithium extraction market. They cornered the lithium battery production market because yeah, the lithium extraction and the lithium battery production is a amazingly dirty industry. I think it's surprisingly even dirtier than steel manufacturing, and that's saying something. That's saying something, especially because uh, the places where you can mine lithium are some of the most distant and the most difficult places that you can get lithium from. I think Australia is the only exception to this rule. For example, I think in South America, Argentina or Chile also, or no, Chile discovered that they also have significant lithium reserves, but their lithium reserves are somewhere right up in the Andes Mountains. And as we know, to build infrastructure in the mountains is something very expensive. So inherently, it's it, it's difficult to get all the machine that you need there. It's also inefficient to get the lithium because in order to get the lithium, it's just like how salt was extracted from the desert flats of Ghana centuries ago, back during Mansa Musa's empire. Well, it's essentially you have to dig gigantic pools, fill them with water, and then hope to have sufficiently high temperature and low enough humidity so all that water evaporates. Yes, it also evaporates with pollution as well. In order for that lithium to dry up, and then whatever lithium you dry up, you excavate that dry lithium with the earth, and that's when you end up putting the lithium into processing in order to transform it into lithium batteries. So when you have a country which exactly gives zero fucks about pollution regulations and pollution controls like China does, of course that you can undercut absolutely everybody who can, simply because they have pollution regulations and you don't. And because you don't, the people be damned. Let's just do it. That's how they ended up being competitive, and that's how they ended up flooding the market, and more so. Also, semi-related, several days ago, there was another article, which I think it was on Euro News. The Germans want to reduce at an EU level the import taxes on Chinese electric cars. I haven't exactly looked too deep into it, but it reeks of Sinophile operatives in there because I wouldn't see any other any other way. Also because the justification, at least at the surface level, was also pretty dumb. The main argument they've made was that, well, with the existence of Chinese cars in the European Union being sold at a competitive level without the high import taxes, it would inherently make European electric cars that are manufactured in Europe also much cheaper. Really. You Germans are saying this. You Germans will make some of the most economically inefficient cars, and that's saying something. Because of all the pollution control technologies that the EU shoves down your throats, partially with your approval, because you also want to remain sheltered from competition that comes from Japan, that may come from the US. Uh, you're doing this specifically to maintain your own market, even though your initial costs are considerably higher than your competitions overseas, and now you want to essentially shoot yourself in the foot. I don't think so. I don't think you want that. But now I've said quite enough about this. Let's move on. We're moving on now from the far west, so we're getting closer to the center of the meridian. Sky News. More than 117 million pounds to be spent on protecting mosques and Muslim faith schools, government announces. It follows a £70 million package for Jewish groups and comes in response to concerns the Israel-Hamas war is fueling division in the UK. More than £117 million will be spent to protect mosques, Muslim faith schools and community centres from hate attacks, the government has announced. Home Secretary James Cleverly said the money, which will be spent over the next 4 years on measures including CCTV cameras, alarms and fencing, would give reassurance and confidence to UK Muslims. The announcement follows a £70 million package for Jewish groups and comes in response to concerns the Israeli-Hamas war is fueling division in the UK. Mr. Cleverly said, "Anti-Muslim hatred has absolutely no place in our society. We will not let events in the Middle East be used as an excuse to justify abuse against British Muslims. The Prime Minister has made clear we stand with Muslims in the UK. That is exactly why we have committed to this funding, giving reassurance and confidence to UK Muslims at a time when it is crucially needed. The funding forms part of a package of support to provide reassurance that anti-Muslim abuse, threats or harassment or any form of hate crime will not be tolerated. The £117 million over the next 4 years follows £29.4 million available for 2023-2024, which included £4.9 million allocated following the 7th of October Hamas attack on Israel, which triggered the latest conflict in Gaza. The announcement, which comes at the start of Ramadan, will cover community sites across the UK. The funding package is larger than that given to the Community Security Trust to cover Jewish facilities because of the higher Muslim population and larger number of sites to cover. Security Minister Tom Tugendhat said, "This funding demonstrates that his government stands firmly against hate crimes, abuse, threats or harassment against British Muslims." It comes as the government prepares to publish a revised definition of extremist groups. But Health Secretary Victoria Atkins failed to name which groups or individuals would fall under the revised definition when she was interviewed on Sky News Sunday morning, Well, would you look at this? Here is another governmental grift, which is meant to resolve absolutely nothing. In what way exactly are Muslims considered a threatened group in the UK? By the way, before continuing, I solemnly swear that I have not received yet any sum of money from the British government, apparently, even though I am a Jew and I'm also an honest Jew. So here is me being honest. I haven't received even a single penny from the government towards my own defense. Am I not exactly part of this scheme? Or maybe it could be because I may not be a citizen. I will definitely use it if they gave me about 1,000 or 1,500 pounds from those 70 million to buy myself a anti-stab vest, a bulletproof vest, some extra armor plates, and potentially a license for a gun and a gun. That's the best protection that you can get, not more grifts with CCTV cameras or fencing or other bollocks such as these ones mentioned in the article. While to some extent they are right to spend much more money because yes, the Muslims are much more numerous in this country, although that's not exactly again targeting the right issue. The issue is not that oh my God, they are threatened by hate groups and what hate groups exactly? There's been plenty of evidence how even recent evidence of how even the closest whiff they get to somebody expressing a hate sentiment. Speaking of the guy that was that I'm not sure if he's still on trial, but he ended up on trial for posting some hate-filled stickers around his town, and he got discovered. And that's how he's still now getting judged, or he maybe got sentenced. I have no idea. So yeah, are those exactly the hate groups? Are you really pushing this boundary so low? Plus, why exactly do you think that the 7th of October attack caused so much division? You're still ignoring the problem here, and the problem is not that the these groups fight against each other, but have you looked by any chance at the motivation? It's not like it's not like the Jews from the UK are some ardent supporters of the Israeli government. If they were, then we would have spoken about as much as quite a few of them in past tense. Simply because if they really love the country that much, they would have went to enroll in the military, or those that or those that were born and lived in Israel and already did the military service, they could have simply went back. That exactly didn't happen because the Jews in this country, even though they most of the times go to Israel quite a lot of times over the span of a few years. Uh, They're a bunch of people that have existed for generations here in the UK. The meme with Golders Green being essentially Jewish Central is not exactly far from the truth because Jewish people have been there for hundreds of years. And you don't exactly see that, especially when you look at the methods. It's astonishing that I'm pretty sure almost all the MPs from the House of Commons live in one way or another in London, and they have most likely seen, if not by themselves, but also hear from others or even see on TV the starking difference between how the pro-Israelis protest and how the pro-Palestinians protest. Not only the pro-Palestinians are more numerous, but they're also considerably more violent and yeah, filled with uh, anti-Semitic undertones. Not to mention that part of the pro-Palestine group, you also have both communists and socialists, and also more extremist members of the Labour Party. Because you have a menagerie of people, and when you hear, especially from the very beginning, that the syntagm of from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Well, yeah, Palestine will be free. Free of what exactly? Hmm? Yeah, as you hear exactly this point. It's no, it's not like the Jews will suddenly start torching mosques in this country or God knows what, and it definitely won't be the people who the normal British people or other white minorities that will start doing this because of the Israel-Palestine conflict, and this is by no means the last one either. How exactly did the government handle the previous situations? Because okay, there were still Muslims in the UK in the 1970s as well, and in the 1960s as well, and in 1948 as well. Well, there were probably not as many Muslims, but how did they handle the situation back then? I'm pretty sure the CCTV cameras didn't exist in 1973. How did they handle the situation in 2006, so when the Israeli-Lebanon war happened? How did they handle the situation in 2009? This is just another government grift portrayed as well, try to help the British Muslims. Okay. But really, these are your solutions for protection? Protection again, protection from whom? I fail to remember that this country is still the United Kingdom and not and London is London, not Mogadishu, Somalia. Even though from some perspectives, I come to remember right now an article from many years ago where a Somali woman that moved with her child when he was very young in London at one point when he became an adolescent, she preferred to send him back to Somalia rather than keep him on living here because she perceived that certain borough of London, which I don't exactly remember what was it, because she perceived it, and statistically it was true as well that it was a very dangerous area. You know, when a borough of London is from a crime level a much more dangerous area than a country that has been a failed state for so many years, you know you did something really wrong. And yeah, so solutions are pretty simple to this. Already communities are living separate, and when it comes to those where the source of the issues are, well, you don't even have to uh, study God knows what and ask who knows what. Not to mention that there are already perverse incentives in the system as the cohabiting minorities of a certain religion ended up, of course, over time infiltrating the British state. The Home Office in particular. There are also a lot of cases where they dictate policy inside the Home Office and uh, and at the same time outright favoring. Why do you think, for example, handling the situation with all those refugees coming across the channel from France, they're not exactly dealt with the way they should be dealt with. As in, you planted the Coast Guard there, you turn them around, and if they don't turn around, you start shooting at them because UK is not their first country of passage, which is considered safe. They're economic migrants. That's what they are. That's what even the Germans came to realize a tad bit too late. About 7 years after that massive refugee wave happened in 2015, and uh, waltzing around this issue and saying, well, more human rights and other stuff like that. Yeah, this is all just internal political bickering between the different interest groups. This is also another consequence of having a state apparatus that is far too big, especially when you have such colluding interests from special interest groups who, and in this certain scenario which I'm presenting, they they have a specific common religion, and and also have their religion. Okay, I understand that there's this nuance that not everybody takes ad literam the very spicy opinions of the Prophet, especially in the latter half of the Quran. If you've ever had the chance to either read it in Arabic or if you manage to get your hands on a translation which has not been perverted and completely turned into bullshit, as close to the original as possible. And let's not even mention all the spicy opinions of the Prophet in the reliable hadiths. So that would be writings from other members around the Prophet about what the Prophet said and did. So definitely you won't solve the issue with money, which is why this is pretty simple. It's a grift. It doesn't offer any real solutions. I'm curious to see at some point what exactly is the revised definition of extremist groups and who exactly will be on the new list, because there are definitely a lot here. There are definitely a lot here, and a lot have also been financing Hamas in one way or another. But at the same time, if not outright facilitators. Moving on now to continental Europe this time. Reuters. Shein to face tough EU online content rules as users in region soar. Chinese-founded fast fashion company Shein is set to face stricter EU online content rules after reporting a huge number of users, joining a group of companies that includes Meta Platforms, Alphabet's Google, Elon Musk's X, and TikTok. The new rules, known as the Digital Services Act, classify companies with more than 45 million users as very large online platforms and require them to do more than fight illegal and harmful content as well as counterfeit products on their platforms. Shein, which is eyeing a US initial public offering, launched its marketplace in the EU in August last year. We calculated that from August the 1st, 2023 to January the 31st, 2024, Shein had an average of 108 million active users across EU member states, the company said on its website. The European Commission said it was aware of Shein's number of users. We are in contact with the platform in view of a possible designation in the future. The procedure is ongoing, but the timetable cannot be indicated, a Commission spokesperson said. Shein did not immediately respond to requests for comment. The DSA applies to all online platforms since the 17th of February. 16 tech firms, including Amazon.com, Apple, Alibaba, Microsoft, and free pornography sites, are current subject to DSA, with the bloc asking some of the companies for information on measures that have taken to counter illegal content and goods sold online. The EU is actively investigating social media company X and ByteDance's TikTok. Violations can result in fines as much as 6% of a company's global turnover. The clampdown would come as another setback for Shein's IPO, as the company is seeking Beijing's nod to go public in a listing that will likely face tough scrutiny from US regulators. Bloomberg was the first to report that Shein was set to come under the DSA rules. So this is another ploy of EU bureaucracy. Let's be honest here. So taking into consideration, well, the Alibaba and Shein in particular to tackle counterfeit illegal goods. What exactly happened with what I've commented on in the previous podcast regarding that measure, as idiotic as it was, regarding having goods made using forced labor either declared illegal and also having to go through extended import processes in order to determine if said products were made like that. How exactly do you think that Shein operates? So now, well, not only just like any large company coming from China, if it's not owned directly by the state, it's owned by the state through proxies, just like ByteDance is, just like Alibaba is, just like Tencent is. You can't exactly operate a private business past a certain level without having, in one way or another, the CCP involved, and Shein is no exception. And also depending on the sector in which you operate in, maybe even if you're a small company, you would need a political officer in the business in one way or another, so that all things will be kept kosher in the eyes of the CCP. But this speaks volumes of just yeah, how Lucian pointed it out at some point in one of his podcasts, especially when discussing about the very slow growth of Eastern Europe after the Iron Curtain fell, but also the increase in globalization, which helped to be as a two-way hammer in the head of a lot of economic development to countries which are already very far behind because of the inherent inefficiencies of the communist state and central planning that came that in itself already started with a very significant handicap, but with globalization ramping up in the 1990s, a lot of potential development was lost because of concentrations of manufacturing power in places like China. Well, China was okay at that point and did not represent much of a potential geopolitical threat. Uh, we're talking about a different country. Well, a different country when it comes to its methods, especially after 2008. And in this case, well, if you are on social media, you can see this really easily. Where exactly do you think a company like Shein got the sheer amount of money, not only to produce, no, not only to produce that many fashion products? Well, that we know because in China, it's a subsidized business in one way or another. Whether here we're talking about everything from the prime product, which is the cotton and the textiles used for those. You have also the textile industries. Again, to reiterate this point I made in an article earlier, the Chinese they just don't exactly care to make money out of a business. The main importance for them is to gain market share, to gain a manipulative market share, so that it will be used as political leverage later on in interstate relationships, and at the national level to employ people and to pay them in order to offer them a certain standard of living to at the bare minimum, so that the people won't rebel. Most importantly, right now, after the pandemic psychosis, and China went pretty far with the pandemic psychosis as they maintained lockdowns for a lot longer than the rest of the world did. A lot of the economic development that was lost hasn't come back, and that pressure is mounting up. Not to mention all the other hits that China is getting from new plans to implement mm, more more sanctions, more import taxes. the Shein ended up this way because it received a significant blessing from some dude who definitely pitched the idea in an amazing way to CCP assets, which is why. How do you think you can afford to market so aggressively a company like this, which essentially hasn't existed for such a long time? One comparable example, which is still very far away, but also operates in online shop fast fashion, is ASOS. ASOS is a British company, functions the same way. They don't have a physical shop at all, just like Shein doesn't have, and they also rely on textile manufacturing from China, but they also rely on other markets especially where cotton is significantly cheaper, or where textile manufacturing is still significantly cheaper at certain levels, like for example Vietnam and Bangladesh, and in very rare cases Thailand. But overall, I'm this also speaks of the people not essentially selling themselves, for cheap T-shirts. That's the point that Chen made at that point. We've sold off our well-being for cheap T-shirts. I can understand that from a free market perspective, as long as you make the most usable product at the cheapest level, it's good, and as many competitors as you have, that's also a good thing. But the free market is good, and it's free as long as everybody abides with a basic set of rules. And let's be honest here, the West has experimented a lot with finding out what the rules of the free market are. The Americans in the 1800s learned how to regulate their stock market in such a way that you wouldn't have aggressive or hostile takeovers, or outright price manipulation of the stocks of a company. Here, referring specifically to the real company. Um, and yeah, a lot of progress was done that way. The, a lot of progress still can be done. Take for example Germany to this day doesn't have as a corporate entity uh, the possibility of founding a company as an LLC, as a limited liability company, which is why come to found a company in Germany is so difficult and so very expensive, and takes so long up until you can sell your first product to a client. Not to mention that it's easier to bankrupt your company if you want to exit the country rather than paying the exit tax to the German government. But overall, the level of economic cohabitation in the West, even though yes, there were a lot of contests of any way, shape, or form back then. Take for example, how have you ever wondered why products ended up being labeled where they are made? That was born in the 1850s or 1860s. It started from Britain. They started from Britain because especially their tools, the tools that the British made, the companies felt threatened by German imports. And so British toolmakers petitioned the parliament to obligate products which are made, but also products which are imported into the UK to have this label of where they are manufactured. but this ended up shooting them in the foot because suddenly, and this thing stands true even to this day. Everybody looks at the products made in Germany as something that's oh my God, so sophisticated and so efficient and so solid. Yes, some things really are made solid. There are very few things that are still made in Germany. Cars, from another point of view, not really. But there's still this idea, and to see how successful this idea has been, you can find even people in Australia that still hold this belief, and there aren't a lot of people that move to Australia. Australia is a country that's the size of a continent and with a population larger than Romania or two-thirds the population of Poland, and they still hold this idea. You have even you, this sentiment is also pretty obvious in East Asia as well. So not just China, but also South Korea and Japan and Taiwan as well. This venerable status of products branded made in Germany. But to get back to my idea, this is exactly it. I'm not exactly sure, but this wouldn't exactly do much. It will just slow down the progress of Shein because Shein absolutely operates at a very unfair level compared to the rest of the companies operating in this sector because the country it comes from operates on a completely different level of rules and incentives when it comes to businesses. And I'm not saying it exactly that it is that it is good or bad, but when we're not all playing based on the same set of rules, that's where frictions will occur. That's where frictions will occur. But sadly, if this article says, and this is correct, and if this is correct, that there is an average of 108 million active users across EU member states. So that means in 27 countries you have essentially somewhere between a seventh and an eighth of the population using constantly Shein. Here's a perfect example of us people in general selling off our own well-being for cheap t-shirts now in the literal sense of the word, because I don't see exactly how else to put it. At least when it comes to Alibaba, even with Alibaba, it's at least you can create for yourself. You can pretty much act as a dropshipper or a reseller if you buy stuff of Alibaba and then you sell something that you consider that may be needed by a bunch of people later on. But when it comes to clothes from Shein, that's definitely not the case. Sure, there may be some that may have that idea to operate their own Shein like shop without calling it officially Shein, but I'm not exactly sure. But rest assured, the vast majority of people using Shein to buy stuff from it. Okay, even if I'm sure that there's also this nuance taken into consideration that Shein has an average of 108 million monthly active users, but how many of those are exactly buying? Doesn't matter how much. That's also something to take into comparison. But here we are through these things and from no, you can't even call it naivety. I'll reiterate this point since we're at this topic and discussing this thing in particular. in the era of everybody, including people in rural India, have the equivalent of a supercomputer in their pocket and also with access to the internet, stupidity is voluntary. If you and also if you think that something is too good to be true, it usually is, and this is exactly what happens when you buy yourself products which are considered way too cheap way too cheap to be true compared to say something made in your own country. The, sure, there is a different level of cost, but there's also another different level of quality and reliability when it comes to when it comes to buying something which at least was made within the same continent, if not if, in the same country as the one you live in. One very good example, but even this example has been presented in literature in one way or another for over 100 years. I'm not exactly sure who wrote this one, but I may write it down. In the video if I remember it, but there was this example presented in a book back in the 1890s or early 1900s. And the question was, why do poor people remain poor? The example that was given is that, well, in the case of a poor person that works in a construction yard, or I think the example that was used was in a shipyard, well, they're going to need boots in order to get to that in order to get to their workplace. But while a good pair of boots will cost that poor individual about the equivalent of £7, but £7 back then meant quite a lot of money. Well, those boots that cost £7 have a lifespan of about 5 years. Well, he can't afford them, so because he also has to pay for other things, rent, food, family, stuff like that. So you can't afford to get them. However, the second best option that he can have is to buy another pair of boots, which cost about £2.40, but they will be lasting instead of lasting for 3 years or 5 years, they may be lasting for several months or 1 year tops. And having to require to buy those same cheap boots over and over again because he can't afford to buy the more expensive boots with a longer lifespan. That's how he ends up being poorer because he ends up paying overall across the same time span much more money than he normally would have on something more resistant. Same as is right now. Everybody at some point bought Chinese shoes in a way. Take for example, if you want to buy yourself some Oxford shoes, well, how much exactly do does the leather of some Chinese Oxford shoes last not only structurally but also this other thing when for example the leather itself gets wrinkly where your exactly where your toes begin. How uh, how fast does that happen? When you wear some Chinese Oxfords compared to some Oxfords made here in the UK with a completely different grade of leather, with a superior level of leather. And the same thing with the quality of the soles. The soles, the soles are yes, they are just as easily replaceable, but the soles on a pair of British Oxfords last last considerably longer than the soles made from some cheap rubber. While the difference between the prices is It could be, yes, up to 5 times more, if not even more than that, depending on which British Oxford shoes manufacturer you're referring to. But let's say the simplest design of Oxford, the same color, same leather, same shoe size. The difference, yes, could be about 5 times in price compared to the British Oxford shoes. But yeah, but while the Chinese Oxfords will be looking really in aesthetic, and also something like the seams of the shoes might break in the moment when they will invariably break because of the low quality of the products used in making it. After a year and a half, well, the British Oxfords, you just need to change their sole, assuming that you use them daily. Say, for example, you have to change the sole, but they will be lasting for 5 years or even more than that. There have been people that that have used the same pair even for 10, for 10 years or more than that. Plus, plus, yes, even in the case of the British Oxfords, that leather where your toe and that part of the leather where your toes begin and when the where your foot bends, that will also invariably have some wrinkles created at some point. But still, if you know how to take care of them, they will prove to be much, much more resistant over time compared to their Chinese equivalent. Continuing on with one piece of good news, well, another conflict which has been lasting for decades has finally been set to rest. Hurriyet. Kyrgyz-Tajik border deal set to be signed in March, says Fidan. Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan has announced that an agreement addressing the long-standing border dispute between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan is set to be signed in March. The announcement followed discussions between Fidan and Tajikistan President Emomali Rahmon on the 10th of January. The Turkish top diplomat's visit to Kyrgyzstan the day prior also featured discussions on the impending agreement. As a brotherly country interested in the region, we attach importance to the agreement, which will be a major step in ensuring stability and security in Central Asia, Fidan said during a press briefing in Dushanbe. The Kyrgyz-Tajik border, spanning nearly 1,000 kilometers, has been a source of contention since negotiations began in December 2002. Currently, approximately one-third of the border remains undefined, leading to intermittent clashes between the two nations over the years. Meanwhile, Fidan also pointed out that Tajikistan shares an extensive border with Afghanistan, underlining the importance of maintaining its integrity free from terrorism. Tajikistan has a sensitivity in terms of not being exposed to terrorist acts. We talked about that, what we can do in terms of border security and counterterrorism, he said. Our relevant services will also exchange views on the issue of some radical organizations engaging Tajik citizens and using them in actions in some countries. In a further testament to the strengthening of ties, Fidan disclosed that President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is planning to a visit in Tajikistan later this year. Well, if you are to read in the Wikipedia article, which is something that I definitely do not suggest because as it is capable of being edited by absolutely anybody who has an account, there's invariably a lot of bullshit that's being mentioned. This is a piece of good news because another inter-ethnic conflict, which was orchestrated by the USSR when it drew the lines as to how the Soviet Socialist republics that formed the USSR also included part of each Soviet Socialist republic certain enclaves of people where, at least from the perspective of the Soviets, they initially intended to have ethnically homogeneous republics, But that exactly didn't last too long, considering that ever since the days of Lenin, but more so starting from the days of Stalin. Lenin started with the idea, but Stalin implemented it. Was when they drew the lines of the borders, they also conveniently placed enclaves of other ethnic groups so that in cases where those said socialist Soviet republics would rebel against Moscow, what Moscow could easily do would be to radicalize those ethnic enclaves, polarize them into saying that those that the main nation, the majority nation, is in an uprising against the social order, and then essentially to both economically but also socially handicap the country, but also politically handicap the country into it being much more functional. And there are plenty of examples of this. You have in the case of Ukraine, Crimea and the Donbas region. You have in the case of the Republic of Moldova, the Transnistria region or Pridnestrovia. You have in the case of Armenia and what was the country called? And Azerbaijan, the Artsakh Valley, the Artsakh Valley. So here are the best comparisons in Crimea since Khrushchev gave it to the Ukrainian SSR. Crimea was full of Russians and not so many Tatars. The Donbas region, ever since the inception days in the 1920s of the Ukrainian SSR, was always full of Russians. And in the case of the separatist region of Transnistria, when it came to Moldova, that region was constantly colonized by Russians coming from within the Russian SSR in and they were incentivized with really good jobs and really good living conditions to move there because that's how the Russians did things. They planned these things looking decades ahead, even though at the central level, specifically to prevent any sort of discord within within the Soviet Socialist republics comprising the entirety of the USSR. Same thing happened with the Artsakh Valley between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Artsakh Valley was a Armenian enclave, but it was technically within the borderlines of Azerbaijan. And as we can see, even after the collapse of the USSR, there are still some conflicts ongoing, but at least some of them are being resolved. The Artsakh conflict got resolved recently, and even this scenario as well. Specifically, the region that this article is talking about, it's called the Fergana Valley, which is, if you look at the geography of these two countries, but especially that border area, the southern part of Kyrgyzstan. Well, it's not just the Fergana Valley, but the entire mountainous area. They are made of people which will be called which you will call them yes Tajiks technically, but for convenience sake the Soviets, when they drew the lines, they considered them to be of a dubious ethnic minority, and they couldn't exactly categorize them into either Tajiks or into Kyrgyz, not taking into consideration at all that the lines during the Khanate of Kokada, I don't exactly remember the name. So, but So the country that used to exist there before the Russian Empire steamrolled the entire region of Central Asia as a response to support their own textile manufacturing industry, which started lagging behind significantly because the Civil War in the U.S. began, and suddenly no more cotton could have been imported from the U.S. to support the industry, and uh, and as a result, this is exactly the sort of games that the that the Russians played and they are still playing. Other good example, the breakaway regions of Abkhazia and the south of Ossetia in the country of Georgia, in the Republic of Georgia as well. But sadly, in the case of the Georgians, they also had a disadvantage, just like it is disadvantage of Ukraine. Those are countries directly bordering Russia, so there wasn't much difficulty in moving military hardware into supporting the so-called oppressed minorities there, which let's be honest, Moscow doesn't give two shits about their well-being. The evidence of this is pretty clear. If you look as to how badly things evolved in the Donbas region since the war began in 2014. While there was some economic development, but up until the war really ramped up in 2022, you didn't exactly have many choices if you were a young man to work in either Donetsk or Luhansk. Your choices were either to were either to fuck off and move somewhere in Ukraine where you would have better job opportunities, or you moved deeper within Russia. Uh, in another city. If you were to stay there, your only choice was to be part of the paramilitary corps, or you were essentially someone's bitch. That was about it. And even the bandits it was the same case with uh, with Abkhazia and South Ossetia as well. If you look at the development data, those places are very far behind, and technically Georgia is still in a state of war with those regions. Same way as Transnistria, but in Transnistria, actually the example is much worse and much more polarizing. The Russians knew really well when it came to Transnistria, especially since they were conscious of the common history that region had with Romania. They were really scared about the prospects of a union between in the future between the Republic of Moldova, or if it came to that, an outright invasion of Romania to take over the Republic of Moldova, which is still which is still and will be considered the rightful land as it always was ever since the small union done under Alexander Ioan Cuza in about what was it, 150 years ago, 170 years ago, something like that. I'm not exactly too good with number. I think it was 1854 or 1856. So there was that one as well, but it was the further expansion under the Karol dynasty. No, actually, under the Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen dynasty, the the lineage of kings that took over the leadership of Romania after Alexander Ioan Cuza got ousted from power. And yes, at that point, Romania expanded also inside southern Ukraine on the on starting from the eastern part of the Transcarpathia region, which was yes, that was also part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and you still have a lot of Hungarian minorities living there, just like in the Chernivtsi area. you still have a lot of Romanians living there up to this day, but also the the country known as Romania expanded all the way including the Ismail Oblast, which currently still exists. So it was really close to bordering Odessa as well. The distance wasn't exactly very far, even when you take into comparison the transport alternatives at that time. But to get back to how odious these examples of presented by the Russians of inciting inter-ethnic conflict when they colonized gradually Transnistria, they also offered a lot of money to develop industrially that area, and this aspect is obvious even now. If you look at the country of Moldova in its entirety, the vast majority of the industry, but also things like power production, were located in that sliver of land that's Transnistria, while the rest of Moldova remained a, uh, a mostly rural and mostly focused on agriculture. That's also the reason why even to this day, while yes, from the agriculture perspective, Moldova is doing an amazing job. That's the reason why the wines that they produce are some of the best in the world, and their only competitions are also their neighbors. Whether we talk here about the country of Georgia or if we talk about Romania, we're not even going to take into consideration the French. If you know your stuff about wines and and the way the wine industry functions, even those wines which are portrayed to be French, they're not exactly French. They're most likely made in one of these three countries because the French, yeah, the French types of grapes either cannot grow as they used to be, or they're no longer viable because of the sheer acidity of the soil after yes, some climate change that happened in when the climate got colder in the 16th century, which also dramatically lowered the area where you can have where you can have grapes, vine grapes grown. We're locating them just to the southern part of France. But also that also led to the final demise of the British winemaking industry in the 15th and 16th centuries. Yeah, not a lot of people know that the British used to make really good wine in those days. Now, considering the climate that has been since then, well, if this is also another thing when somebody tells you about, oh my God, global warming and climate change, how exactly did people influence climate change back in the 15th and 16th centuries? There was no industry. We didn't start extracting fossil fuels. The only way we managed to have some sort of really useful but not exactly financially sustainable fuel was charcoal, and charcoal you had to make it from wood, and it was a pretty expensive process. The population was nowhere near that level to make a real dent, but still the climate did change, and it changed dramatically. It changed dramatically. And you understand, if you know one thing or two about what sort of environment do do grapes require in order to yield good results and also other minute details. That's why wines, when you drink them, they have different tastes and different features depending where they are made. Wines from wines from Romania taste differently from wines made in Australia. Wines from Chile taste differently compared to wines in Georgia. Wines in Argentina taste differently from the wines in southern France. Italian wines also have their own unique, features when it comes to the taste. But the climate did change, and yes, that led to either a significant decline in the winemaking industry, just as it was the case for France, relegated from that moment on up until this day to growing either in certain areas where you have continental climate in northern or eastern France, or the most predictable climate, but with inherent disadvantages when it comes to soil acidity in southern France. Just as the British can no longer make wine at all because of the climate change into making it as the weather became with much less sunlight, much lower temperatures, and also much higher humidity. That's also another thing that grapes don't like. They don't like they don't like high humidity and don't like high precipitations, and they also need quite a lot of sunlight. The memes are true in when it comes to the UK, even if there is way too much humidity and there is way too much cloud cover to have viable vineyards in this country. Even if you go as far as Cornwall, and even in Cornwall, they're not exactly that successful. They always have some sort of unpredictabilities, particularly when Atlantic storms hit that area. Well, good luck with that. You can't exactly make a real reliable winemaking when you have gigantic storms coming from the Atlantic, blowing off your vineyards. But to get back to the discussion, Moldova was left handicapped for quite a long time because the development as it was ordained from Moscow was so unequal. Plus Moldova also has other ethnic minorities which they inherited from the days of the Kingdom of Romania, and those are a region called Gagauzia, which are a Turkic people ethnically, but they also have a leadership structure called where there is a woman called the Bashkan that's in the community. They used to be and they still are really good Soviet fanboys. You also have quite a bunch of people who were either Russified through, yes, oppressive measures, just like what happened in Ukraine. And this is something that I discussed at length in the Putin and Tucker Carlson interview. You also have a lot of other peoples who were Russified by the Muscovite authorities, but you also had other Russians which outright moved in the Republic of Moldova. Not to mention, yes, the traditional Russian way of dealing with a problem. If you will be too controversial to kill them, you just deport them into some gulag in the middle of Siberia or close to the Arctic Circle, and then you simply work them to death, and you replace the missing population with your own. This is the but at least with the decreasing relevance of Russia, because this war is really hurting them. But leaving aside the discussion with the war, we've seen how incompetent the Russian military has become when it only moves only slightly further from their own country, while they manage to successfully squash rebellions within their own country, because yeah, it still is their own country, at least on paper. Regardless if we're talking about the oblasts which exhibit uh, very different ethnic groups compared to the white Russians. And here you have a lot of examples. Bashkiria, you have Yakutia, You have also Chechnya. Well, Chechnya is also a good example of how the Russians operate. In, initially, the Chechens felt betrayed by the fact that their autonomy was slowly chipped away by by Boris Yeltsin, and then when the situation became too spicy, Putin organized a false flag attack, and he used that as justification to steamroll Chechnya and install his own puppet, which is uh, which is currently right now Ramzan Kadyrov, but back then he was Ramzan Kadyrov's father. And while he failed in the first instance, he succeeded in the second instance. Same thing with the current war in Ukraine. The reason why they can still supply reasonably their military operations is because they still border Ukraine, even though the Ukrainians are doing as much as possible to prevent such things from happening. Whatever the Russians rebuild, they destroy. That's also the case with Abkhazia, South Ossetia, though. With Ossetia, I think being the only exception, though I don't exactly remember right now how the lines are drawn in the Georgian conflict. It's the same thing that they receive the most support because they bordered Russia directly. But in the case of Artsakh, that's where the Russians fucked up. Even though initially they sent peacekeeping forces in the Artsakh area, that didn't exactly prevent the Armenians nor the Azerbaijanis from having a go at each other again regarding that area. And it will be interesting to have a read at some point. How did this conflict get resolved as it is right now, with finally the Armenians stay convincing the Armenians living in the Artsakh Valley to just drop things as they are and move into the and then move back into Armenia proper and to just leave that area to Azerbaijanis. That'll be very interesting to see what sort of deals and compromise were made there in order to put this conflict to an end. Which is why it would be interesting to read at some point how what sort of deals were carried out with this conflict being resolved as well. And this conflict, yeah, while the disputes have begun since 2002, this problem has existed since about the 1920s. That's when the Soviet authorities during Lenin drew up these lines, and with all that presupposed confusion about the Tajiks living in the Fergana Valley. So at least now I get the idea. Some old wounds, given sufficient time and also some dedication, they do end up healing little by little. Continuing on, moving away from Central Asia, CBS News. India implements controversial citizenship law, singling out Muslims, drawing accusations of polarization. India's government announced on Monday the implementation of hugely controversial citizenship law that singles out Muslims 4 years after it was passed by parliamentarians and just ahead of general elections in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is hoping to win a third term. Opponents say the move by Modi and his party is designed to polarize India's already divided population ahead of the voting, which takes place in April or May. The Citizenship Amendment Act paves the way for, specifically, non-Muslims who fled religious persecution in Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan and came to India before December 31st, 2014 to become Indian citizens. Muslims singled out by omission. India's Home Minister said in a social media post on Monday that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had delivered on another commitment and realized the promise of the makers of our constitution to the Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis, and Christians living in those countries. The law does not provide a route to citizenship for people who fled persecution in non-Muslim majority nations, such as Tamil refugees from Sri Lanka or Rohingya Muslim refugees from Myanmar, of whom there are many thousands in India. Critics of the law say it violates the secular principles of India's constitution, which prohibits discrimination against citizens on religious grounds. The ministry said eligible people could apply from Monday for Indian citizenship through an online portal. The NRC proposal and proving citizenship. There's fear that Modi's Hindu nationalist government could use the CAA along with another new measure to declare Indian Muslims, many of whom are concentrated in eastern states like West Bengal and Assam, illegal immigrants from neighboring Bangladesh if they cannot prove their citizenship. Many of India's 200 million Muslims fear that the citizenship law could be wielded in conjunction with a proposed new National Register of Citizens to marginalize or even disown members of the world's third largest Muslim population. The NRC, which Modi's government has vowed to roll out nationally, would require people to prove their citizenship by showing family documents going back decades. Those who aren't able to produce the required evidence could face detention in camps and then deportation. About 1.9 million people failed the Southern nationality test when a state-level citizenship registry was rolled out in Assam in 2019, and several hundred were later placed in detention centers, where women have spoken of alleged abuse and inhuman conditions. The National Registry Plan is based on the version already in place in Assam. The CAA will enable many non-Muslims who fail to prove residency under the NRC to regain their citizenship, but it provides no such route for people of the Islamic faith. CAA has to be seen along with NRC. The Home Minister has made it very clear. Professor Apurvanand Jha, an Indian political academic and author, told CBS News. The larger message to voters is, we are going to exclude those who should be weeded out, that's Muslims. Modi's government has denied the citizenship law is anti-Muslim and said it was needed to help religious minorities facing persecution in their Muslim-majority nations. It rejects the argument that the law could be used to take citizenship away from anyone. Assam and Kerala states saw protests Monday and Tuesday after the federal government announced the implementation of the CAA. Police and paramilitary groups were deployed there, and in some Muslim-dominated areas of the capital, Delhi, which was one of the epicenters of the 2019 protests against the measure. More than 100 people were killed and thousands injured in clashes between anti-CAA protesters and police across India in 2019, bringing international attention and, according to some observers, leading the government to hold back implementation of the law until now. Opposition political parties called Monday's announcement just before the elections a bid by Modi's Bharatiya Janata Party to polarize voters. After seeking 9 extensions for the notification of the rules, the timing right before the elections is evidently designed to polarize the elections, especially in West Bengal and Assam. Jairam Ramesh, a spokesperson for the opposition Congress party, said. This is to divide the people, incite communal sentiments, and undermine the fundamental principles of the constitution, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan said in a statement. This move to stratify Indian citizens who have equal rights must be opposed unitedly. The BJP did not succeed in getting public support despite promoting the temple inauguration for over a month. The only way they know is to polarize, and that is what they are doing, social activist Shabnam Hashmi told CBS News. The government has denied the allegations and said that there have been many misconceptions about the law. It said implementation was delayed due to the coronavirus pandemic. Well, it's surprising to see the accusations of polarization. Well, you just look at this pretty clearly. This justification from the government that the pandemic psychosis delayed their measures it may be partially true, but no, it's politically convenient. And it's not just politically convenient, but it's also really popular. Yes, it's not popular among the people targeted with these 2 new laws, but it's convenient, yes, in order to garner more support. This is one thing that needs to be said about leaders who stay too much in power. Being in leadership is a corrosive thing, and Narendra Modi knows very well this thing, which is why a lot of people were upset about the way the pandemic was handled, and there are also a lot of other things to take into consideration. Ruling India, even in the way it's decentralized, it's something that's still really difficult, and stands as a testament that Narendra Modi being in leadership like this in such a way, and also finding such ways in order to keep himself in power, along with the BJP, that still speaks volumes of his leadership competency. In in a certain way, you could say something similar to Viktor Orban from Hungary. He, he's been in leadership for how long? 16 years already, in one way or another. But compared to Viktor Orban, where at least Viktor Orban doesn't have realistically any political competition, because looking uh, at the same time how polarized and how completely divorced from reality the opposition to him was. In the case of India, it's not exactly like that. There, I mean, it being not just a bigger country, but also a much more varied country, also having many more minorities. It's a really difficult balancing act to keep as many people pleased with your leadership. And if you don't keep them pleased, things can turn really violent really soon. That's also tied to this example that I mentioned in the first article about farmers. Well, when the government tried, also during the pandemic, I don't remember if it was in 2020 or 2021, to implement reforms in farming in order to not just simplify the process, but also reduce the bureaucracy and to make the agriculture industry freer. There was a gigantic uprising of also about 100 million, 200 million people at the level of India, even compared to the population of India, that's a lot of people out on the streets for one single thing. And he rolled that back. Sadly, people still remember that attempt. And yeah, that was a miscalculation when he didn't take in when Narendra Modi probably took into consideration what the economic makeup and also but also the population makeup of India is. Just as I mentioned, 40% of people live in rural areas and work in agriculture, mostly subsistence agriculture. And those people to maintain at least a tiny living standard, which is slightly better than not than ending up starving. They rely on this current system that has been in place since the 1960s, when India had a period of Sovietization and also nationalism and protectionism, because that's when these still current laws date from. But overall, specifically when it comes to this act, the CAA, I don't exactly see the problem to it. Yeah, and yeah, you can probably see, yeah, since we're reading this from CBS News, there are quite a lot of nonsense that an average CBS News reader, assuming that people still read these days, that would also be an achievement. But let's just say, for the sake of the argument, that people still read it. They don't know these nuances. Not just that, yes, the BJP is also Hindu nationalist party, and Hindu nationalism is something that's really popular in India. Even among people that are not Hindu, India still remains a majority Hindu country, even if the Muslims are globally the third largest population. Even if even if they've been there for centuries, but they've been there for centuries for what reasons particularly? These are old wounds, and while the current Muslims definitely they cannot be blamed for existing in an area where they've been moved and forcefully converted centuries ago. by all sorts of leaders that adopted the Islamic faith, and since they adopted the Islamic faith, also adopted, sadly, this mentality which derives from the Quran, if I remember, referring to the land of India. I'm not exactly sure what it led to be, but it was always seen as the ideal place for conquering. And of course, the population, the main population in India, those that still remain Hindus, they're not exactly like that, and they're still very familiar. Political correctness to the level that we've read, for it funding gigantic sums of money to protect Muslims, just like what will happen in Britain. That kind of stuff doesn't fly, because while in the West, there is a lot of lying, and there's a lot of intentional there's a lot of intentional hiding of information, not to mention a lot of activity to keep people ignorant about, yes, the incompatibility of a bunch of groups of Muslims, not all of them, but a good part of them, and especially a good part of them which either hail from the desert areas in the Middle East, or from the Indian subcontinent. And here we are also including Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh. These three places, not to mention the Muslims in Afghanistan as well. The these people culturally, and through the way of Islam that they follow, the school of Islam that they follow, they are by no means compatible with they're not compatible within India with with the culture of the country, and they're definitely not compatible with the makeup with the culture of countries in the West. And it's also not just the incompatibility. The incompatibility is one thing, but there's also this other part with willingness to integrate. And as we've seen, and France has seen this part pretty clear. They initially thought that if they had Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria, and to some extent Libya, part of their former French Empire, and they had them for such a while, they had this really arrogant idea that they could integrate the Muslim populations if they ever were to move within France proper. They managed to integrate the first generation, they managed to integrate to some extent the second generation, the third generation went absolutely haywire. And they delved really deep into radicalism, both domestic radicalism and also international radicalism. How else do you explain all the bunch of people that went and joined ISIS several years ago? Same thing happened to the UK, but at least, but the UK for another reason, yeah. The UK allowed in a completely different bunch of people who were part of the former Commonwealth. And let's be honest here, if you think that the Commonwealth and the British Empire was something evil, you definitely haven't read enough how other countries treated their subjects of the crown, and when especially countries under the crown. While yes, the issue with the British Raj, it's just as Ian Foster put it, or I'm pretty sure it was Ian Foster, but I'm not 100% sure of it. Mm, the errors of a country are directly proportional to the area it leads. And that's exactly what happened during the British Raj. Yeah, the British Raj was essentially, yeah, the cash cow of the empire. It was about the only profitable area for the empire, because the rest of the colonies they were a net loss. They were a net loss, and do you know why it was why those places were a net loss? They were a net loss because the British really cared about investing in those countries. Uh, mm, and this comparison is pretty clear, and you can even see it to this day. Look at least the things that remained standing in a former British colony, and look at what things exist in a French colony. And you can't even say that when it comes specifically to Africa, you have well, we just look at the differences between African countries. Look at for example, where former colonies from Southeast Asia are right now. Look at where exactly Singapore right now, a former British colony. Compare that to Vietnam. And also the French aren't the only ones at this. Even the Dutch had their mishaps, but at least the Dutch, yes, they were also economically exploitative, but at the same time, I said that they also had just as bad as a deal when it came to interacting with indigenous people. Well, when they took over the Dutch East Indies, so that would mean Indonesia and Malaysia today. Well, they discovered that the people there are not only, yeah, just like what the British discovered especially in West Africa, savages living in mud huts, and also ritualistic cannibals. The fact that yes, Indonesia is a very populous country, and it's slowly developing. Well, Malaysia by comparison is a really developed country, but it's also a developed country because of its proximity to the city-state of Singapore as well. So that played in their advantage, and also Indonesia suffers from some inherent hurdles in economic development because it's a gigantic archipelago. You have only two big islands, but you also need but you also need reliable transport through the entirety of the archipelago. Not to mention the other geographical issue with volcanoes and earthquakes. Also the monsoon season. I know. I really suggest anybody who watches this or listens to this. If you ever have the time and money, spend a month or two in any country in Southeast Asia. You don't even have to go down to the level of the rural area. If you are in between and you mix it up with seeing the cosmopolitan urbanism, but also seeing the rural parts, it's a really enriching experience to see such things. As I personally seen them when I visited Malaysia, and I had the good luck of visiting Malaysia exactly during the rainy monsoon season. I honestly had never seen in my life up to that point essentially rain falling down so hard. You are surprised how the hell did you not end up underwater? But you kind of see in the sky, especially if you stay in a skyscraper, how the water falls, just like how a sea of water would sit on top of your head, and it would suddenly break at the bottom. That's how monsoon rains look like. Very, they're very fascinating to see, but it's also very fascinating to see how the people developed um, under these circumstances. But to get back and to close this discussion, when it comes to India, there's a really good reason mm, why there are only certain states in India where Muslim majority. So there's also Kerala, but Kerala is a pretty big state in itself. So we don't take that into consideration. It was also very rich because it also had quite a lot of cultural investment during the days of the Mughal emperors and other Islamic rulers. But uh, but it's also made up of a different people. The people from Kerala are not the same as the people from Assam and West Bengal. They are much more conservative. They have much better education. they have much better opportunities to life. While in the case of West Bengal, ask an Indian person where do the vast majority of prostitutes come from? West Bengal. And to maintain the irony, the a good part of the prostitutes from West Bengal are not even from West Bengal. They are from Bangladesh. And it's also the same thing with Assam. So leaving aside all the historical clinches that the majority Hindu Indians had with Muslims in one way or another, well, how does it happen that they don't have clinches with the South Indians, who also speak a different language from them? They don't speak Hindu, they speak Malayalam. But how does it happen that they don't exactly have that many issues with them? But a lot of issues are exactly with West Bengal and Assam. Well, probably because they don't even attempt to at least pretend to integrate. Well, at least the South Indians from Kerala, the Muslims from Kerala did integrate, but those from West Bengal didn't. Just like how the Pakistan broke from India. Well, at least the Pakistanis were sincere enough when they broke from India right after the independence in 1948. Well, we can't exactly work with you as a country because we're far too different. We have different outlooks on life. We have very different religions. We had many conflicts on the religious aspect, and also we're not willing to integrate, which is why we're going to break away and to make our own country. And even that breakaway didn't exactly function so smoothly. Why do you think that the conflict in the Kashmir area has been lasting for so many decades? But uh, but yeah, as the with measures like these, anybody who knows more um, as much not exactly as much as they can, but sufficient to understand, sufficient to have a general idea about the situation, does have to take into consideration. Well, yeah, this is definitely something that yes, it is polarizing. Yes, it is made for it is a these two laws are made for electoral gain. But at the same time, there's also some underlying justification, because the people wouldn't support it if it wasn't true. Well, then why wouldn't the Muslims from Assam and West Bengal try to integrate more and not be so insular and not be so degenerate to the level that it disgusts the rest of the country, even disgusting even to the look of the South Indians from Kerala. Just as just as how Pakistanis never intended to integrate. The same source of the problem is in the West as well, with unwillingness to integrate. Because they follow completely different Islamic schools, with the one more radical than the other, and it would be really an injustice to say when it comes to Muslims overall that they're all the same. They're not exactly all the same. Why is it possible, for example, that Hanafi Muslims, so, so that the Ottomans from several centuries ago that ended up in all sorts of enclaves and communities in Eastern Europe. Here I'm talking about the the Muslims from Mangalia, so from the Dobroja area bordering the Black Sea. Here I'm talking also about the Turks, which represent a third of the population in Bulgaria. How does it happen that in Bulgaria it didn't end up being a civil war against the Bulgarians and the Turks when there are so many? Because they follow a completely different school of Islam. And the teachings of school here referring specifically to Hanafi Islam. It's in And even at the level of modern doctrine, well, that's also another thing which is not a lot discussed. How much government oversight is in the way things are run within national Muslim communities. You have no oversight or someone else's oversight, just as it is in Germany. You have a mixture of community centers and mosques led by neo-Ottomanists from Erdogan's party. And on the other side, you have other mosques which are funded by Saudi money, but also have the doctrine uh, dictated from Saudi Arabia to the Muslims living there. Even though discussions have been carried out, and the current Mufti from Romania, Yusuf Murat, is a very respected person, and Yusuf Murad has told them for several years at various conferences, look, here's the structure that in the case of Romania, it functioned for 150 years. We didn't have any Muslim uprisings. We didn't have any issues with them. There have been no terrorist acts. We've been cohabiting peacefully. We've been making business peacefully, even though there were possibilities of conflict, even in recent history. Take for example the former island of Adakale, which was an island in between the branches of the Danube. The it got sunk when Ceausescu began building the Iron Gates hydroelectric dams, which would supply both Romania and Serbia with hydroelectric power. Now, there was a community of 500 Turks that lived there, Romanian Turks, but Turks nonetheless. They also had quite a booming business in tobacco production in that area because it was a really low area, but it wasn't sandy either. It was earthy. It was earthy. Plus, being in the Danube and experiencing high humidity because of the water from the Danube, also with the high temperatures, it made the ground very good for growing tobacco. And those Turks from Adakale could easily have caused quite a lot of ruckus over it, but that didn't happen. Again, recent-ish history. We don't even have to go a century and so ago in the past. He's already proposed a framework for each other country to implement a system similar to this one. But have they listened? No, they haven't. No, they haven't because otherwise we would have heard about this. We would have seen things being done. But they don't want to. Well, if you don't want to, then you reap what you sow in the end. Moving on now, further into Asia. South China Morning Post. China's economic data needs to be richer to boost transparency and investor confidence. Shenwan Hongyuan Securities chief economist Yang Qinzhang says China needs richer sources of statistics and information. Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference member calls for releases from tertiary and research institutions, industrial associations, and the media. Beijing should be more forthcoming about China's economic status and release data more often to enhance transparency to reflect the dimensions and diversity of the world's second-largest economy and address investor concerns, a government advisor has urged. For the sake of the stable, long-term development of capital markets, we need richer sources of statistics and information, said Yang Chenzhang, the chief economist with top brokerage firm Shenwan Hongyuan Securities. Yang is also a member of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, China's top political advisory body. Comprehensive and up-to-date data to help avoid shocks and guide enterprises to form reasonable expectations of growth, Yang said on the sidelines of the two sessions legislative meetings, the Shanghai-based The Paper reported on Monday. China is often criticized for withholding the release of some statistics, while mandating state media paint a rosy economic outlook, triggering concerns from foreign investors, economists, and business chambers. In July, the National Bureau of Statistics suspended issuing the youth unemployment rate for the 16 to 24 age group citing the need to optimize data collection and analysis after it had surged to over 20% in June. A revised gauge returned in January, showing China's jobless rate for the 16 to 24 age group, excluding students, stood at 14.9% in December. Beijing has issued warnings against falsifying data, as China's economic statistics are very heavily scrutinized amid questions over reliability. Yang, though, called for more unofficial but reliable releases from tertiary and research institutions, industrial associations, and the media to supplement and cross-check official data. He said multifaceted structural data feeds could reflect the new characteristics of China's economic transition. The All China Federation of Industry and Commerce can make full use of its access to and repository of private sector data for periodical releases to show the sector's well-being, added Yang, referring to China's largest chamber of commerce. Yang said the more micro-level statistics are essential to review the operating environment and performance of enterprises of different types and ownership nature, urging a focus on private firms and service sector entities, including monthly incomes, profits, costs, assets, and liabilities. He will also call for localized economic data to be gleaned from the northern region of Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei, as well as the Yangtze River Delta and the Greater Bay Area. The data should be made public to reflect the weight and significance of the powerhouse regions to the national economy, he said. And as Beijing has pinned high hopes on consumption to help achieve this year's growth target of around 5%, Yang said the authorities should release complete and comprehensive data as spending patterns evolve and change. In addition to catering services, the scope of service consumption data should be expanded to cover culture and sport, tourism, accommodation, and business services, said Yang. Consumption statistics should also present a fuller picture with additional data like monthly household consumption expenditure and consumer confidence. But he also stressed authorities should offer more interpretations of statistics to set the tone and scrutinize data provided by private entities or even posted by social media users to dispel misconceptions. Either this individual is really naive as to what he's asking for, or he's doing the traditional Chinese thing of essentially throwing dust in people's faces, especially since here we talk about South China Morning Post, mostly geared towards people from the Canton areas, but also people who are from Western countries and also read it because it's in English at the end of the day. I'm not sure that this article and this will be posted in People's Daily or by the Xinhua news agency, the main state agency of the CCP. Otherwise, while the point that he makes is valid, here's what I exactly don't know. What sort of game this guy is playing? China being a communist country, and with knowledge of how a communist country functions, pretty surely there is also another level of statistics, the real statistics. And I'm just looking here at how the Romanians did it back during the reign of Ceausescu, up until we sang a symphony at the Machine Gun Forum. While the statistics published to the people always said that yes, the harvests were at record highs. Even jokes related to this ended up appearing in the 1980s when the times were the toughest. The state propaganda said that well, the harvests are reaching record highs more and more to the level where if you looked at the numbers, you would have started assuming that we started also harvesting in Bulgaria. That was also one of the jokes. But at the same time, there was also the disconnect. The harvests are getting higher and higher, but at the same time, people had less and less food and ways to get food, especially in the urban centers. And well, just as it was in the case of the USSR, they also did the same thing, and China definitely does the same thing. But there are multiple levels as to why China does it, multiple reasons why they do it. For example, this request of stratifying information and to present information from Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei, the Yangtze River Delta, and the Greater Bay Area as separate from the rest of the country. Well, if you were to present it as separate from the country, then people have already realized, but you'll just make it more transparent on the people that those areas have really high development and they are the economic powerhouses of China. But at the same time, you could also create a lot of discord, uh, looking at their own regions where they come from, and then they put the question, but why don't you do something there? And here I'm not even going to go as far as say or go further west in China to talk about the controversial regions of China and about the controversial minorities of China, but the places where there are still majority Han Chinese, that would also create a lot of discord. But when you present, that's how you lie with statistics, with showing data in certain intentional ways in order to obfuscate the people, and also not just to present a much better image, but also to hide the sheer disparity. Well, yes, some of that disparity is logical to some point, as China is the exporting powerhouse that it is and the industrial powerhouse that it is. It would make sense that the East, which has access to the Pacific Ocean, and from the Pacific Ocean to the rest of the planet, those would be the more economically developed areas, because well, to have a lot of industries, to have a lot of industries, especially export-focused industries, you need to have them as close to a port as possible. And if you had certain industries relying heavily on abundant primary resources, that's what I want to say. You also need them to have them pointed in a certain area where they would have easy access to them. Same way as the US developed. Even in the US, there has been and there still is this disparity between how the East Coast developed compared to the Midwest states or the Southern states, or how the Western states of the US developed. Not just because of the fact that first, of course, the first area that was colonized, part of the current United States of America, was the eastern area. That's why, for example, New York is the largest city there, because it was one of the not just among the first, because I know there were others, Jamestown and others, but it was also the gateway of American industry towards the rest of the world, particularly business partners in Europe and Africa, particularly also due to exports. And one of the reasons why economic development in the other parts of the country lagged, well, first of all, the industrial bases, such as steel making, the current so-called Rust Belt. So that will be, for example, the state of Pennsylvania. Those industries also developed where what exactly did you have? Well, for steel making industry, you need abundant resources of the following kind: coal and iron ore. And so it happened that in the proximity of the Appalachian Mountains in eastern United States, you had plenty of those. Also, waterways are an important thing as well. The Americans did the same thing as what the British did way before they invented the train. They dug up canals, and what canals? Uh, sure, it's an expensive ordeal, but as this is also a point that I made in a previous podcast. uh, with canal transport, even though it is slow, it's still incomparable when it comes to sheer quantities that you can carry over water. Up until rail appeared, and the reason why rail transport appeared is that you still needed significant quantities, but you also needed speed, which is something that canals didn't offer. You still needed things done in a certain time. You can't exactly wait for several days take for example a steel mill located in southern Michigan on the Great Lakes to wait for 5, 6, 7 days for the coal and iron barges to come to come further south within the east coast of the U.S. So also the other geographic challenges. One of the reasons why the Yangtze Delta is developed while the rest of the Yangtze River, as you go further west, hasn't been developed. It's because both the Yellow River and the Yangtze River, yes, they also provided a really rich fertile ground for agriculture, but they're also are very unstable rivers, and because of their size and sheer volume, when floods occur, if you built if you build infrastructure and industries there, and you inevitably have them flooded, well, that means that you lost quite a lot of money, and those tend to be really violent rivers when they end up flooding. That's why also a lot of money has been invested in controlling these two rivers. Yes, with hydroelectric dams, one purpose was to generate cheap electricity, because any country which pretends to want to develop needs cheap access to electricity, especially these days. But at the same time, it was also meant to control floods, because that unpredictability, and also this is something that the Chinese maintained statistics for, well, almost centuries. If you know where to look, and they're not very difficult to find. When whenever either the Yangtze River or the Yellow River flooded, while yes, the benefit was that them being very silty rivers, think of it like the Nile River when we talk about Egypt, and even ancient Egypt, but the way the valleys are like geographically, they also lead to a lot of deaths. Every time this has been the issue. Every flood of either of these two rivers, due to high precipitations in the mountains, and it always ends up killing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. And there was at one point, if I remember correctly, back in the 1920s, if I think, where about the flood of the Yellow River, about 1.2 million people died. Well, sure, at the level of China, that doesn't sound like statistically much, but when it comes to lost manpower, because in the 1920s, China still relied on a lot of manual labor, that still takes quite a significant hit. And when it comes to agriculture referring to feeding your people, that also tends to hurt quite a lot. And so as a result, to get back to the article, it's still probably this guy is looking to implement some sort of yeah, Potemkin institutions, which will pretend to be gathering data in order to so yeah, to also employ his own people or some other people that he's commanded to favor to occupy places in such institutions, but to also provide other layers of obfuscation when it comes to the statistic presented by the Chinese. This is definitely not a call to make the statistics presented by China as more transparent. That will never happen. If that were to happen, mm, eh, already every smart investor from any Western country or at least any country that could be perceived as part of the West knows knows very well the risks of going on a endeavor to work in China, and especially if we are to talk about certain sensitive industries, that's even worse. Only naive people would think that the Chinese would be sincere in their statistics. They, when a country like China even lies about how much their GDP is growing, well, if they're lying about that, which is something really basic, what exactly are they lying about as well in their statistics? It doesn't matter if the number in itself is just written with a pen and complete bullshit by some bureaucrat, or whether the methodology is completely bullshit and intentionally made to ignore certain aspects. This article provides quite a good point in itself. Uh, with the National Bureau of Statistics suspending issuing the youth unemployment rate. Well, the youth unemployment rate got suspended. That's also part of the fuck up of China because they've pushed forward in a typically East Asian way. This idea with you gotta work hard, you gotta study hard, you gotta study hard so that you can get into a good university, and if you get into a good university and get good grades, you're going to get into a good corporate job, and you're going to get rid of going into working in dirty industry jobs. That's the mentality at the youth level in China, and so this is the issue. You've raised an entire generation with these ideas, and you've propagated these ideas to the population. Yeah, I mean, I understand to some extent why would you want to do this, because you aspire to become a really developed society, but just like how Lenin didn't learn from Marx's ideology that you cannot skip the capitalist phase, and that's why the theory is called Marxist-Leninist, not just purely Marxist, because Marx personally, as I consider him as dumb as he was and as uneducated as he was, and here I'm not talking about education, institutional education. Here I'm talking about the sheer wrong outlook and all the presumptions that he made, with lacking a shocking amount of information. And yeah, it also speaks volumes of people that do not just read Marx, because you can read Marx without having to believe in what he says, but when you read and you end up believing in the things that he said, uh, it sorry to say, but it evidences that you're of frightening ignorance. You're frightening ignorance, and frightening because your ignorance can do so much damage. And we see these days how much damage does it do with how the Marxist theory has been refined and added on and modified over the years by a lot of theoreticians, like for example the Frankfurt School, or it inspired even more other odious ideologies. Uh, take for example Julius Evola. So and so now the CCP in itself is looking at the damages they cause themselves. They will not ever do this, because if they do, the People's Republic of China might as well just be over in a year tops, or if they ever decide to be sincere. But as fundamentals and this is something that you've most likely seen as a theme in the podcast that I make. The importance of fundamentals when it comes to anything. It doesn't matter if it's about a company or if it's about something that you do, or if it's about, or even if it's about a nation in itself. While I understand the cultural point of view that China being a Shein-based society, their reflex will always be to present themselves to the outside world much better than they are internally. But this aspect, as flawed as it is, if you don't have at least a bunch of people that can represent the voice of reason, or if they aren't the voice of reason, which you should also listen to if you are the leader of China. That's how essentially history doesn't repeat itself, but it always rhymes. Through how many cycles of implosion has China went? Through how many cycles the leadership class has essentially shut itself and can completely go disconnected from the way the country functions, to the way the country is perceived, to the way to the way the people are doing. And we didn't take too long to get to that level of implosion. The reason why the Forbidden City is called the Forbidden City was because the Forbidden City was not for the people from the outside. It was just for the emperor, the concubines, the kids of the emperor, and whatever class of bureaucrats that used to exist at that time. Complete so when you start from this level, completely disconnected from how your country is and how your country works, just like what just like what happened with Ceausescu. That's one of the reasons why things ended up so bad. Is that he surrounded himself with yes men who pretty much sang in his ears exactly as he wanted. The the Securitate, which had the real statistics as to how the situation was going in Romania, even from an economical point of view, not the public information that was presented to the normal population. He became increasingly more arrogant, and always knew that he had a good idea and he wasn't meant to listen to anybody else. And that's also the thing that I'm kind of seeing clues that Xi Jinping already ended being like that, because of wielding so much power, him being in him attempting for his further term, plus at the same time trying to manage all the factions from within the CCP, plus also managing his own party, knowing also what background he comes from. At some point, if there aren't any people below him to at least try to wriggle around and to slow down revolutionary impulses like these. And here I'm not talking specifically about these things with issuing more transparent statistics, but when it comes to the way things are going in China overall, what exactly do you expect is going to happen? You're just you're just singing the rhyme of history as it has always been. The implosion of China is inevitable. It's just a matter of when is it going to happen. Things aren't already looking too good in the post-pandemic psychosis reality when it comes to China. Jobs haven't come back, the ones that were lost during the pandemic. the rest of the world has started getting more wary. A lot of companies have divested tens of billions of dollars from China and moved someplace else. And China is fighting a desperate battle in trying to gain supremacy in one way or another, as much as they can, whether it is now with these things such as how would you call it, with electronics and EVs and lithium batteries. But they also don't benefit from at least some positive reputation from the countries they tried to manipulate with the Belt and Road Initiative. You have you have in places such as Kenya railways that start only from places of actual of Chinese economic interest to a port of Chinese economic interest, while the rest of the population be damned. Or you have entire parts of country taken over altogether. See the example of the port of that Chinese port in Sri Lanka. Or you have places which are outright bought up, just as that Chinese military port in Djibouti, and many other reasons. Well, if you shut yourself in, and if you think that you know the best, and anybody else who may suggest you otherwise, with also good intentions, uh, with also good intentions, and here I'm not talking about good intentions being the ones paving your way to hell, but good intentions meaning to try to make you understand that that not just you don't know the best, because nobody is the best, but there are also these many other things which no human person can encompass when it comes to knowledge, and there may be some people who do know better, and it's worth to at least listen to them. You don't have to be obligated to do as they say, but at least take into consideration that thing. Moving on now, there are only two articles left. Here we're moving now to the Sydney Herald, but it's something tied more to the US and China. Sydney Herald: Societal chaos. US cyber chief sounds alarm on China threat. China is hacking into rival nations' critical infrastructure networks so it can disrupt American military activities in the Asia-Pacific and unleash societal chaos, one of the United States' most senior cybersecurity officials has warned. Brandon Wales, executive director of the US Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, said the US, Australia, and other democratic nations needed to respond to an extremely significant shift in Beijing's strategy from a focus on more passive forms of espionage to laying the groundwork for offensive cyber attacks. China's goal is to be pre-positioned to have the ability to effect an attack when they want, and we have found evidence that they have burrowed inside of networks and in some cases been there for several years, said Wales, who is visiting Australia for meetings with his Australian counterparts. Wales and Beijing was still intent no, Wales said Beijing was still intent on stealing political and intellectual property secrets, but had added a new mission of preparing for disruptive cyber attacks on adversaries' critical infrastructure in the event of a conflict. It is concerning that we're actually seeing evidence of it coming to fruition, and it requires a full court press from the United States and our allies around the world to stop it, he said in an interview at the Australian Signals Directorate's headquarters in Canberra. The Five Eyes intelligence sharing alliance, made up of US, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the UK, last year accused China of launching a major hacking campaign on critical infrastructure assets in Guam, an island in the Pacific Ocean that is home to some of America's most important military bases. Tech giant Microsoft said the stealthy and targeted malicious activity had been carried out by Volt Typhoon, a state-sponsored network of hackers based in China that typically focuses on espionage and information gathering. I would say China is by far the most significant threat to US critical infrastructure in cyberspace that we face, Wales said. While obviously, other nation-states like Russia and Iran have designs on US critical infrastructure, and the sophistication and scale of the Chinese program dwarfs those of the other countries. Wales said China had two goals when it came to targeting US critical infrastructure assets. In some respects, they're looking to disrupt our ability to project power, he said. So if we had to support allies in the Pacific, making that more difficult. Secondly, he accused Beijing of targeting a wide range of infrastructure for the purposes of sowing societal chaos inside the United States to affect US decision-making at the time and place of their choosing. So if we want to have the type of geopolitical latitude that we need to advance US security interests and those of our allies, we need to ensure that China is not successful, he said. Wales, who is regarded as one of the US's top cyber policy experts, said that while criminal cyber gangs often targeted hospitals and other healthcare providers for ransomware attacks, Beijing was focused on assets such as oil and gas transportation nodes. But the reality is that almost any critical infrastructure can be targeted, he said, and we see targets in every single sector over the course of a year from both nation-states and criminal organizations. Abigail Bradshaw, head of Australian Signals Directorate, Australian Cybersecurity Centre, said there were certainly similarities between the threats faced by the US and Australia, adding that the agency had sought to raise the alarm about increased risks to our Australian critical infrastructure assets from state and non-state actors. US President Joe Biden recently issued an executive order to improve cybersecurity protections at American ports and announced an unprecedented investigation into potential security risks in the US automobile sector amid fears China could use smart cars to spy on American drivers, prompting calls to Australia for Australia to follow suit. Wales said cybersecurity had been an afterthought for too long and needed to be a priority for emerging technologies such as electric vehicles and associated charging infrastructure. Noting that the vast majority of cranes used at US ports were made in China, he added that we have seen targeting, including from China and others, who have looked to exploit port operations to potentially cause disruption. When you are relying upon untrustworthy technology manufactured by countries who we know are looking to do us harm, having that be in critical elements of our infrastructure poses additional risk, he said. The US would increasingly look to build its own cranes or import them from friendly nations such as Japan and South Korea rather than rely on China, he said. China has repeatedly rejected US hacking allegations as baseless, claiming that China is the world's biggest victim of cyber attacks. Foreign Military Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning said last month that it was completely unfounded to say that Chinese-made cranes pose the national security risks to the US. We firmly oppose the US oversearching the concept of national security and abusing the state power to go after Chinese products and companies, he said. This is a point that has been constantly been made about the things that you buy from China, not only the small trinkets that people buy from China, just as I mentioned earlier about the Shein example, but when you go ever further to things like port cranes built by China, also with electronics made in China, with plus also you buy them from China, but you also don't do an audit as to what exactly do those things contain and what sort of technologies do they employ, and if they employ communications technologies, well, to whom do those to whom does that information go to? It definitely goes to you as the crane operator, whether you may be a port authority or something like that. But also what other places that information goes to. And this is a consequence of the world has had it too good for too long. As normally these things should have been looked at and most importantly prevented. just as the point that I've made. Here I'm going to add another one. So not only we sold our well-being for cheap t-shirts, but we've also sold our security alongside our well-being for cheap t-shirts from China. And in the ever increasing race to make the most money for at the cheapest level possible, you end up with consequences like these. Not just because not everybody plays this free market game with the same rules, but when you have other rogue state actors like these operating in such a way, do you take for example the intellectual property theft that China has been doing for such a long time, and they haven't been doing it only in the past few years. They've been doing it for, or at least from my personal knowledge, for at least 25 years, if not more. And with the world's ever increasing ubiquity of electronics, what do you think it was going to happen? Really, what do you think it was going to happen? Do you really think, for example, that if you buy yourself a Huawei phone or a Huawei laptop, since now they became apparently really popular, just because they were cheaper than the other alternative from another manufacturer? Yeah, they're cheaper, but there are also other hidden costs incurred into that. Unless you know your way around technology and you know how to break the spyware, which is inevitably present in those. Take for example Lenovo laptops. When it comes to Lenovo laptops, it's been already common knowledge in the industry that for at least 2 years it has spyware in it. How much has that affected exactly purchases of Lenovo laptops? Not too much, and this thing will get worse and worse the more people remain ignorant on these aspects, and it's even more painful, and it will be even more painful when this ignorance finds its way, and it has already found its way into the upper echelons, and another damage is done. That the damage is done, but at least with the damage being done, find a way to mitigate or at least minimize whatever potential things could be happening, especially if what this guy says is true, that that China has changed the strategy and from passive thievery and monitoring, they started ramping up their operations into being more offensive. This also speaks volumes about how we as a humanity have been a bit too welcoming of technology in our lives without ever stopping and posing the question whether at least if first if this was a good thing, second if this was a useful thing, and the third thing, but the most important, what exactly have we compromised in in accepting said technology? And you can look at this even from this following perspective. I'm pretty sure the vast majority of people have who watch this podcast have lived to see the days at the beginning of internet when it became expanding more and more people started having access to it. So that was way before smartphones. That that used to be from some perspective especially for the so-called terminally online people today, especially in the West, but there are other cases as well in many other places on the planet. The internet used to be something in the early days where you could escape from reality in one way or another, where you could learn when you can learn new stuff, where you could connect with other different people from other different places around the planet. While some things are still there, but with the as technology adoption in our lives has essentially reached that level. So and has been pushed intentionally so that way. One good example are social media companies, or social media companies without the attention of a few billions of people, they wouldn't have existed. They wouldn't have been the influence brokers that they are today, and what they have been for such a long time, for more than a decade. We haven't even stopped to think what exactly have we lost with with all this technology trampling over in our lives, and with the inherent fallacies of the human mind. In a lot of cases, technology has, and instead of us controlling the technology has in a lot of cases ended up controlling us. While in some cases, yes, easy access to communication is great. At the same time, there was also this the statistics that I've read, also trying to look for news yesterday, that apparently the average American in the year 2023 uh, has has been looking at a screen on average over 7 hours a day. While true, if we are to take out of consideration most of the people who would be working in front of a screen, which okay, that's the job. You can't exactly have much of a choice about it. You can't, for example, be an accountant, and if the company requires you to provide electronic statements, you don't start writing them by hand, and then you don't start doing the calculations by hand, because that will take you an amazing long amount of time. You'll be prone to a lot of mistakes, and not only you will create frustration, but you would also end up getting fired probably in not in a sufficient amount of time. But leaving that aside, there's also the part of recreatively using the screens, and this issue with the screens has been for quite a while, ever since the days of television. And and while yes, there was also manipulation of information in the era of television ever since they started appearing in houses in one way or another. With the ever increasing of technology, also the manipulation has extended as well. The best current year evidence possible is TikTok. More so when you look at the fact that TikTok is still a Chinese company, and whatever magic algorithms function there, whether those are intentionally made. So depending on what are the aims of the CCP plants, or outright CCP owners of the company that made TikTok. Just that's also the explanation as to why TikTok for the rest of the planet is one thing, but the Chinese version of TikTok, Douyin, is a completely different thing, which uh, which portrays completely different things in a completely different light. Also, for Yes, manipulation of opinion of the masses. And while in itself nobody can stop them, we as individuals could stop them. I, for example, don't use TikTok. I don't use TikTok. While sometimes I go on it, well, when during the moments when in the rare moments when I go on it, I know from the very beginning how to how to navigate it in such a way that the CCP doesn't find anything about me. But at the same time, whenever I go there, in those rare instances when I look at singular cases, but also never on the phone, but on something else, I always look, starting from the very first idea. I know that this is made by the CCP. I know what they're trying to do, or at least I have a rough idea what they're trying to do. And thou shalt not take things presented there seriously at all. Same, and also current Western technology is also implicated in doing the same things. They just do them in a different way. I am not exactly advocating to be neo-Luddites and to smash technology and to not rely on it. So we're not exactly Ted Kaczynski tier, go in a woods, detach from uh, everyone and everybody and everything, and not even have running electricity. But it would be at least a good idea to at least ask this question ourselves as to how much technology has taken control of our lives, and how from the escapism that the internet used to represent at some point, now we're controlled by technology and the internet. So people not only find it harder, but people are looking at reality being the escapism from the internet again, from the internet and technology. Food for thought. Now the last article, and also the going to that insane place at the corner of the planet. In case anybody presents you the country of New Zealand as a country where there is absolutely no corruption, there are no government grifts, give them this example. New Zealand Herald. Tauranga Council Tourism BOP stand behind on Te Ara Whānui app. A $75,000 tourism app founded by Tauranga ratepayers has been labeled as an expensive flop, with costs working out about $34 per download, but the authorities involved say it was worthwhile. Well, of course it was worthwhile for them because it was a grift. Information released under the Local Government Information and Meetings Act said Tauranga City Council spent $45,000 on the development of the Te Ara Whānui app, a guide to the cultural history of Tauranga Moana. Tourism Bay of Plenty, an entity jointly founded by councils of Tauranga, Western Bay of Plenty, and Wakatane, contributed an additional $30,000. The free app was launched in September to coincide with Te Wiki o Te Reo Maori, that's the Maori Language Week, and it has since had about 2,200 downloads, meaning the $75,000 cost works out to about $34 per download. Te Ara Whānui offers information on local history, unique things to do, and places of importance, with synchronized narration in Te Reo Maori and English. It also includes the Council's values, iwi and hapu boundaries, and a tool to create your own pepeha introduction. Tauranga Ratepayers Alliance spokeswoman Lynn Moore said in her view the app was an expensive flop and she believed no one would spend $34 of their own money on the app. In her opinion, it was an example of ratepayer dollars being spent frivolously. Moore believed it made no sense to spend thousands when the information could have been put on the council website. especially when local residents are looking down the barrel of a rates hike. So that will be a council tax hike. Tauranga ratepayers overall face an average rise of 15.8%, including a levy, or 11.1% on average for residential ratepayers. In her view, why is the council not doing everything it can to reduce the burden on ratepayers struggling with the rising cost of living? The council stated about 50 hours of staff time was spent on developing the app. There were no marketing costs because existing marketing channels were used. Asked what the channels were used, Council Strategic More Engagement Manager Carlo Ellis said email groups and channels, training courses, and website channels already existing. These were successful because they prioritized cost efficiency and allowed for organic growth rather than paid promotional growth, Ellis said. He said the feedback has been positive. Industry reporting confirms that downloads and utilization is higher than average despite the low-cost approach to promotion. He believed the spending was worth it. Previously, the council spent a lot of time addressing inquiries seeking information now available on the app. Furthermore, without some of the information available on the app, many community processes were less efficient and costly in other ways. We have since had plenty of feedback thanking us for making this information available in a form that many community members prefer. Ellis said the council will continue to promote the app through its existing marketing channels and when people are looking for information available on the app. This approach is preferred as it avoids costs with blanket marketing and promotion, but also ensures users get direction to how and when the content may assist them, Ellis said. Tourism Bay of Plenty Chief Executive Oscar Nathan said the app was launched to coincide with Te Wiki o Te Oreo Maori in September. Asked if he believed the cost was worth it and whether he considered it a success and responsible spending of ratepayers' money, he replied, "Yes, of course, why would you say no?" Particularly in terms of the efficient focus of resource, development and time taken to release this app on both the Apple and Google Play stores. It doesn't continue. He said the organization promoted the app in its representations to travel trade, visiting media, and at industry forums and updates, as well as through digital channels such as its bayofplentynz.com website, Facebook, LinkedIn, and email mailers to various databases. TBOP's existing marketing channels are very successful and, in this instance, provided a very cost-efficient and effective way to promote the app that shares many stories and resources relating to this special place that is Tauranga, with both residents and locals alike. A Western Bay of Plenty District Council spokesperson said it was not involved in the creation and promotion of the app and did not contribute to any direct funding. The council funded and worked with TBOP to deliver agreed activities and to report against performance targets. We hugely value the work the Tourism Bay of Plenty does in the sub-region, including elevating cultural tourism offerings, as this continues to our economic well-being. Wakatane District Council said they did not directly invest in the app. Now let's make a calculation. So the council said that they spent 50 hours working on this app. So if we are to divide $75,000 with 50 hours used, that means whoever worked on this, they earned a lot. They earned about $1,500 per hour of work. God damn, that is quite the profitable government grift at the local level, isn't it? Jesus. It really that place really is the clown world. It's full of beautiful things, but it's also full of really insane things. But at least it's optimistic that this news article was on the front page of the New Zealand Herald, meaning that well the part with even if this isn't called outright corruption, although it should be called like that, it's a wasteful spending of money. You could have done everything with a website and you could have simply stuck QR codes to that website wherever you wanted to put them, so that everybody had a certain smartphone, they could have simply scanned that QR code and they would have went directly on your website. There was absolutely no necessity to download another app. So this thing reeks of grifting from the local council, and also speaks volumes of the sheer arrogance of people from that council. When they are asked if they think that the money was worth it, they say yes. Well, of course they're going to say yes. If I am right now, if I am if for example I would be checking my bank account right now, and I would see that instead of say £1,000, I have £100,000 in there, and I know that I haven't put £100,000 in there. Well, what I could do is that I could simply to transfer that money somewhere. Also, take out as much money as possible from any ATM that I have in my proximity, because because that would be a crime of opportunity, just like how corruption is. Corruption is a crime of opportunity, and grifts like these just as well. They use the justification that okay, it's a Maori language week in our region. We have certain Maoris, plus we're an area of tourist interest. Let's make this one as well. So not only they made another separate council, so that would be the Western Bay of Plenty District Council, tied to this thing, which encompasses other smaller councils under it. But they also had to pay somebody to make this app. Let's be honest here. The workers in a local council, they can barely operate PC in most cases, let alone you can't let them program even a basic app. So that means that this contract went to a specific company. Now, whether that company is tied to some man or woman from any of the councils, that we don't know, but it depends. Generally, uh, small investments like these are not subject to scrutiny, so compared to larger contracts. So they would have been just discretionary spending without having to present mm, reasons or rationales as to, for example, well, okay, you wanted an app, why did you choose this company? There are most likely no requirements, although I'm not 100% sure. But considering the sum of money plus it was local funds, not national funds, you most likely this will never receive an explanation if somebody poses the question. But the reason why I put this is not just that this act of grifting, well, it's minute. It's almost nothing. Even at the level of New Zealand, it's almost nothing. It's $75,000. Let's be honest. This app will probably pay the yearly salaries of about one or two Boyle State workers in a year, if not even less than that, because I have no idea how much the Boyle State workers in these councils are getting paid. But let's just say, for the sake of the argument, that it's at least going to pay the yearly salary of one. Well, if this is one thing, what about the others? Well, what about the others at the level? Because this is definitely not the only one, particularly when we're talking about an area which represents tourist interest. There are definitely other infrastructure grifts at the local level related to tourists, and using this as justification. Well, it's for the tourist's sake. If you want to do something for the tourist's sake, why don't you, for example, petition the New Zealand government to allow cheaper flights into New Zealand, especially considering that you're right at the corner of the bloody planet. And even if you were to fly from China, that would still be a flight that would take you about 7 hours. By comparison, in right now in 7 hours from London, I can fly as close as I can. I can fly either to Texas or either to some place in California, and that's me flying horizontally, not flying vertically. Let's not even get into discussion if you are to come from a more economically developed area, so to speak. Here I'm referring specifically to Europe or the Americas. That will be in itself excruciating, both as time, but also as money. Because yeah, just as I said in the news article related to Boeing, to fly a plane, and especially to fly a plane at these distances, that costs money, and perfectly understandable. Then why don't you invite an actual competition? Because when it comes to flying towards New Zealand and Australia, with the bare exception of a few Middle Eastern carriers, and your hands are essentially tied, and prices are also atrociously expensive when it comes to flying between these two countries, and people prefer it that way. And more so even during the pandemic. So not only there were instances when you could simply not be able to fly between these two countries, or if you were to fly, the conditions were absolutely draconian to either leave or enter one of these countries. The prices would have also the prices I remember seeing, but I don't exactly remember if it was also one of internet historians' videos on how the pandemic psychosis acted in Australia. But if it was another video, but I remember back in 2021, prices for flying in domestically within Australia. So let's not even talk about flying overseas, even to a place relatively close by their standards as New Zealand. A flight such as Melbourne to Perth, so from one part of the country to the other, or from Sydney to Perth. Let's be honest, in Perth there's only one urban center, and that's in Western Australia it's only one place, and that's Perth, one urban center. So that's about it. The prices ended up skyrocketing to such an absurd level, and I mean you could fly only Qantas, so that would be the national airline, and the prices were somewhere between $6,000 to $8,000 per flight. And it's a flight which I don't remember, was it takes about 3 hours, 4 hours at most. Really, and that's per passenger. It's not a bunch of passengers. It's not to commission the entire plane. No, it's just one single ticket for a single person, and at economy, not at business or first class. So yeah, in any case, you're going to find any lunatic which would say that well, there is no corruption happening in the West, and most likely at some point, if they're only slightly smarter, at least into looking at statistics, New Zealand has been portrayed for so many years as being this country where there's absolutely no corruption going on. It's always sitting at number one as the least corrupt countries on the planet. Well, okay, if that is so, now you have the perfect ammunition to provide to them. You think, yeah, here you go. Read this. Please read this. Look at how it's not true. See this council? They not only spent $1,500 an hour to make an app that only 2,200 people used. Let's not even talk about don't even talk about well, no, how many 2,200 people downloaded it. I'm not exactly sure how many use it and how many are using it. So, so you spend this amount of money. You're also raising the taxes on the people because maybe because yeah, you're a local council full of loyal state workers, and also just like any other place on the planet, you also have your own grifts and interests that you want to fund. Not to mention to fund your own salaries as well. It's a it's a perverse incentive at play there. Here you go. Now you have it. So this concludes the seventh episode of the Victor News Network. Thank you very much for watching. I reiterate this point again. Please like and subscribe to this video. share it with any other person that you think they may be interested into this. This probably doesn't have to be said, but there are some people who still complain that this is too long. If you know who you are, if you have reached at least to this level, there's a reason why in every video that I put there are chapters with timestamps. I understand that this is not something that nobody is just as crazy as me or other people who can watch it in one go. Because yeah, it is exhausting. It's exhausting to watch several podcasts like these, but you can't even think how exhausting it is to record a podcast like this, not to mention other things that have to be done so that it can get published. Especially the video editing part, putting the screenshots, arranging it into a coherent format, and also with all the other things that you have to do with experimenting. One or two small things, just as you heard. The introduction now sounds different. Thank you to Michael, by the way, for the catchphrase suggestion. If you reach to this level, you know who you are. I'll owe you a beer most likely when we'll meet. So this is about it. Thank you very much for watching. See you next time and cheers.